Wednesday, May 13th. First item on the agenda is the first selectman remarks. Wanted to start off by just mentioning that I just came from our center, the Woodbridge Center, and where we had the acknowledgement for volunteers that we do annually. And in addition, we awarded Matthew Rowland for his hours of dedicated service to the Woodbridge Fire Commission and Woodbridge Junior Firefighters Program as he was awarded the first Selectmen's Youth Award, which is awarded by our Human Services Youth Services organization. Also, I wanted to make mention that this year, the theater group at Amity, the Amity Creative Theater Group, received the 2026 Stephen Sondheim Award for their production of My Fair Lady. Which is a very high honor from that perspective. I'm always been more of a sports guy. Can't act, can't sing, but and it's like a state championship in sports. It's equivalent to like a state championship in sports. It's really a high honor from a state perspective. So recognize them. Wanted to make sure and just mention that Friday is the deadline for our residents to file for the elderly and disabled tax relief. The applications need to be into the assessor by end of business on Friday. So if you haven't done that already, I'm hopeful that you those folks who do qualify will. Our annual town meeting will be held on Monday, the 18th at 7:30, and at the center building gym. And I see Captain Barry Joseph's here today. I just wanted to also make mention that we do have our Memorial Day ceremony that is led by Captain Joseph's, and it'll be held at the Veterans of Foreign Wars Monument in front of the center building. If it happens to be inclement weather, we will then be in the gym. So thank you very much for what you're doing and having been doing it for quite some time now. Our Woodbridge Animal Shelter will be holding their rabies clinic, and that'll be on Saturday, May 30th. And our volunteer fire department has their annual spring fling. That's tickets are on sale now, which is taking place on June 6th. I also wanted to mention that, and we've got some pretty good response already. We have started a new schedule of bicycle classes, learn to bike. At Beecher Road School. So there's a schedule, and you can register for that through our recreation department. Our assessor asked me to mention that the income and expense reports are due for rental properties. They're due now, so it's important that folks take care of that. And we did receive word from the Capital Region Council of Governments that the shared services grant that was related to the position that Tony is, our finance director position was granted. However, was granted for 2 years instead of 3. So we'll be talking more about that as we go forward, but we did receive the grant for that, so that certainly will help us in terms of our funding for the next couple of years. And that's it. With that, I will move on to the next item on our agenda, which is our voice pilot resolution. And I see that we have representatives here from the voice organization that would, we would like to consider the resolution. So if somebody would like to come up here, we'll see if there are any questions from our Board of Selectmen with regard to this.
I'm Hillary Drum, and I'm the adult mentor for
Luciano, Lucas Hector, Josh Anton, Evan Griffiths, Kieran Onifray.
And so we are talking about the VOICE program, which is the Voices of Youth Civic Engagement. The resolution was created, and it's a program where we pair high school students with our standing boards and commissions that are participating in the pilot in order to give them a living classroom of how the government of the town is run, and also get some more youth voices heard throughout the government as well.
So our agenda item today is for us to resolve, or for us to act on signing the resolution and initiating or going forward with this initiative. As it's been described, they've put together quite a packet of information. very thorough. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. So why don't we open it up for some questions, and we'll see. Anybody?
I do have a question. I see that under the proposed resolution, it's voluntary for our boards and commissions to accept one of the students to serve in this capacity. I wonder what's the best way to do this pilot. Should we ask the students what they're interested in and then see whether those commissions are interested, or should we ask first for a few commissions to see if they have an interest?
So actually,
It's a chicken and egg
Sorry.
question.
Please.
so since the last meeting where you had asked which commissions would be involved, we actually asked, I've been in touch with all the boards and commission
Right.
What
chairs.
did you hear back?
So there was resounding positive
But for how many
response.
commissions? Because we
So-
talked about doing a few.
So we have 14 that want to participate out of the 30.
That's great to hear.
So, and they're all very excited and can't wait to have a student.
The Police Commission has indicated that they are likely, they haven't had a commission meeting to really discuss it themselves, so they're the only ones who reached out to me and indicated that they will be looking to vote on it in their May 18th meeting to consider it. They'll review the
Right, and
material
that
to
actually was
consider.
the situation with many of them. Most of them, I would say, there was a couple chairs who just talked about the program with us, watched the presentation from the last video, and then said they wanted to, but the majority of them actually had a whole discussion with their committee or commission or board.
And my reaching out to the different chairs as well, I received
thank
the
you.
same thing. It was very resounding in terms of positive feedback on it.
Okay, and the other question is, it says at the top of the second page, the program shall include formal evaluation measures, et
Yes.
cetera. So, who's doing that?
I would be.
Okay,
So we have surveys, quarterly check-ins for both the chairs and the students to make sure that that relationship is healthy on both sides.
Okay.
And then we have program evaluation ones at the end.
okay.
So, and if we need to dismiss anyone for, they're not showing up or not performing to expectation, then we'll do exit interviews and that sort of thing, again, to find out what went wrong.
Okay. And then the last question is, obviously, there are FOIA rules and FOIA
Yes.
requirements, and will you provide the training to the
Yep.
staff, or to the students, or how
Yes.
does that work?
Yeah, so we have a whole orientation packet that will include the PowerPoint and the video that Nick had made. And then also there's going to be more than just that too, in terms of like the Roberts rules and reviewing all that kind of stuff, and also a tour of town hall so they know where to go.
Well, if you guys review Robert's rules, you'll probably correct your commissions on how they should be doing it.
Okay, be careful, be
Well, it did
careful.
occur to me. It did occur to me that we should have some of
patient.
these things for all the adults too.
Okay, thank you.
Just to piggyback off of that, just for information purposes, one of the resolutions where it talks about, they complying with applicable laws and policies, the Freedom of Information Act, they will also be excluded from executive sessions as required.
Correct.
Yes, so that, just as a note.
So,
Mika,
yes,
if I
please.
may, I would love to see the list, the full list of the 14 commissions. I think
It's in there.
It's in there.
It's in the package.
We have not heard, let me just pull that up. Is that in the
There's
in the-
the proposal?
it's past the proposal. It's right near the application because the students will need that list in order to make their
Okay.
decision. right
So,
It's on page 2 and 3.
thank you. I really appreciate that.
Starts section 3, program structure and implementation.
Okay, thank you. So just many of these boards and commissions, we as a board have not had report outs from, or check-ins, or any really consistent touch points for quite some time. There's been no routine, which is, I'm speaking more to the board now, there's been no routine report outs, schedules, or touch points. And I feel a little limited in my understanding of what each of these boards and commissions are tasked with, what their capacity is, what they're working on. And in order, I'm so glad that they're all willing to take this on. I think it's an excellent opportunity. I just want to make sure it's functioning to where you are all getting the most out of it and benefiting from, efficient functioning processes. And maybe cool projects or reasonable projects, and where the commission is also,
Right.
benefiting. So that's really not a question for you all. I think this is an awesome idea. I'm excited to see this pilot through. I just wonder if there's some intermediate step or something where the board can our board can have a better understanding of what the areas of focus are and how it's functioning.
The process itself, the way it's outlined here, certainly provides us an opportunity to do a little bit more than we've been doing, because there's regular, as Hillary indicated, there's regularly scheduled updates in regards to that, and we can simply have the chairs participate in those updates so that we're also receiving an update from the chairs. So,
But
in my
should-
opinion, one of the things that appeals to me about this is it offers us an opportunity, it offers us a means by which we can do a better job than have been doing in terms of making sure we hear from all the commissions here on our board.
Okay, I think that standard and expectation should be set by you and us rather, and I think, I see what
It's
you're
actually
saying
set
and
by
how
the
this
charter.
is, yeah, but it's not
Ordinance.
implemented.
Well, I mean, I'd
So-
offer that we have heard from a number of these commissions on an annual basis. We had DEI gave a robust presentation. We've heard numerous times from
I disagree.
Maria as the beach. I mean, it has happened. Not every one of them, but we've had presentations from them, and saying we haven't is not accurate.
That's not what I
every
said.
one
I
of them.
said we haven't had the routine, consistent touch points with these boards and commissions
and
where
I'm-
there's been
and I
report
just
outs
offered that
as
we've had
are
roughly annual.
expected.
Please, Andrea, we've had annual reports from some of them, and I don't want it to be suggested that we haven't. We've recently heard from CUPOP, we've had people in from Conservation, we've had
Housing.
people in from EDC. we've had
Steve,
people from
if this is
Housing.
how you want to spend your time
It
nitpicking
isn't.
something that
No,
I
I'm
said
not nitpicking.
generally speaking, I don't think
And
it's
I will- I-
benefiting anybody.
I'm not nitpicking, I'm noting that we have had people who are spending their time, and they've come in and reported.
And we can
Okay.
continue to do it with, there's, generally speaking, in terms of managing, our meetings take a long time. Generally speaking, the items that are on our agenda are generally somewhat time sensitive, and often don't leave us a lot of opportunity to do this, but it is something that we need to do as it's outlined by the charter. So it is something that I will take as something we need to do. It is true, we have heard from a number of them, generally speaking, the ones that we have a lot of activities going on with, and this, I think, will only help us in terms of making sure we get a more routine and/or regularly scheduled updates from some of the boards and commissions that we may not have heard of already, but we have heard from some. So it does offer an opportunity.
Andrea, though, I think we should address that point when we do talk about strategic
Strategic
planning.
plan.
Okay.
Later on in the agenda. I think that's a good topic to bring
I
up there.
think this is I appreciate that and don't disagree, and think this is a great opportunity for at least these 14 commissions to come to us once assignments have been made and communicate their plan, and what this will look like on their board or commission. I don't
Understood.
think that onus has to be on the students, but on.
Wasn't suggesting that, but yes, as I say, if the
I think all of
chairs,
it will be a little bit of a learning process for this pilot to see
Sure.
one, like, I know before there had been talk of like having projects and stuff like that. I think at first, one of the things that I want to really encourage with these students joining the different agencies is like to show up and listen first and see what's what, see what it is, and then think of ways how you can, give input or change or any of that kind of thing. But again, just to first show up. And I do think this is a huge opportunity because both as a commission or committee chair and, I have several hats here where I'm noticing I'm like, some of the adults don't do the things that we're going to be asking the kids to do. And I want to now encourage that. So I think this is an opportunity for all of the different agencies to sort of get together. And like another thing that was brought up was like, well, will the students have a way to all like meet in a group and discuss their different experiences with the different committees and stuff? And I was like, gosh, I would kind of like that as a commission or committee chair, like I think there's a lot of opportunities here that we can actually take advantage by making this, a more robust process. So that we'll learn a lot from.
so
Thank you.
based on that,
Thank you.
unless there's additional any.
I just have one thank you for all your hard work on this. I think my only recommendation would be that the teacher, school counselor, community leader recommendation be a required component, just for your consideration, because I do think that that's helpful when you're trying to place students and advocate for them, even for placement with a committee or commission chair. I think it can be really helpful for teachers to weigh in if they're taking a government class or they're taking environmental science or whatever it may be. I think it's a really nice way for students to elevate their experience, and sometimes teachers share things that kids are often too humble to share about their work. So it is nice to have those adults speak to what their goals are and what they're working on. So that's all.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We were trying with this, for the first round at least, for the pilot, to sort of encourage and remove any barriers possible, and also to encourage people who were not necessarily the academic elite, perhaps, and to have people who might be interested in the police or agriculture or something like that, you know, again, to get like all different kinds. So that's why we
Right.
made it optional.
Yeah, I think there's the application, the recommendation form that you have is very open to kids being able to like pick
Right,
people.
they should be able to find someone to do that.
Yeah,
Like, it's not that
and
hard.
it's not a heavy burden
Right.
for someone to fill out, as someone who
Yes.
gets
Gets
forms
asked
to
to
fill
fill
out often in school. So I think it's reasonable to ask an adult to weigh in, and I think it would be a really nice feature of a student's application
Good.
to help us kind of make sure that they're in the right place and meeting their goals through the program.
With that, I'll call for a vote or a motion, excuse me.
I'll make the motion to approve the resolution for the establishment of the Woodbridge Voice Pilot Program.
I'll second.
Second. Is there any other question or discussion? All in favor? Gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for the work that you've put into this. Very much looking forward to the program, and please, any way that we can help, that I can help, please let me know. Thank you very much, Hillary,
Thank you.
Thank you.
for initiating this and bringing it
Yes.
to us the way that you have.
The first thing that everybody can do, so we've started creating the website, and the application obviously is already ready to go, so we'll be making those things live as soon as we possibly can, so if you can spread the word to have any high school age 10th grade through 12th grade for the incoming school year, have them apply. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Our next item on the agenda is the Lucy Street lease, the Warner property that is on Lucy Street, and we have here today with us Kelly McDermott, who is the president of the New Samaritan Group. So Kelly, if you could step up here. This month, this is in the form of an update, and Kelly is here to provide us information in terms of, or answer some questions that you might have in terms of where we are with this. Doug Lamonte is is the representative from Bertram and Moses who works with us on our contracts. Doug was instrumental, Doug was who we went to in regards to negotiating the lease. This will be a new 60-year lease with renewal options available, as opposed to an extension of the existing lease. And one of the components on this is one of the components that we've discussed in the past is the tax relief. The language itself, aside from the specific numbers related to the tax relief, have generally been agreed to by both councils of both organizations, our Town Hall and New Samaritan. So at this point in time, you'll be, the next document you receive will be the final version, if you will, of the lease. And this is a lease, so therefore it is something that will have to go through special town meeting. Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, in order for us to care for. So again, this is not something we're looking to take action on today, but rather we're looking to make sure that we understand it, and that's why Kelly is here. So with that, Kelly is kind enough to have provided, or you have a presentation. Did we take care of that with you, or no?
There's a presentation in
There is in our
Send
folder, in
over
our
some slides
packet.
today just on some contextual background on our organization.
It is in the packet.
Okay.
So
It is, I was busy looking at the lease
it's under the Warner Complex
Oh, I see.
folder.
presentation.
Mhm.
Okay.
So Kelly, if you could just maybe just walk us through the process and how things have gotten to this point, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody, for having me tonight. I appreciate being here. I have been in communication with the existing owner for the Warner property on Lucy Street in Woodbridge for a little over a year. Our organization, New Samaritan, was founded in 1974, specifically out of the UCC Church to develop and advocate for affordable housing opportunities across the state of Connecticut. Our portfolio is about 70 sites strong, with one of them being in Massachusetts, and we've got a 50-year tenure of developing and managing affordable housing opportunities. And so we learned that this property was looking to be transferred through the Connecticut Housing Finance Authority. Back when it was originally constructed by the current owner and the town of Woodbridge, CHFA committed substantial financial resources into the development of that site. And so therefore, it currently has some affordability restrictions on 6 units at that property. And the town, from inception, held a ground lease with the owner, stating that, you know, at any point in time when a future transfer was contemplated, that the town of Woodbridge would be involved in that process and decision-making as the ultimate leaseholder, right? And so CHFA approached us because they knew that the current owner wanted to sell and was really struggling to find a buyer that maybe matched the sentiment that the town wanted to continue to carry on at that site. And also the state really values partnership with nonprofit organizations, because they know that our real mission is to preserving the opportunity and not necessarily capitalizing on the marketability of the site and its location and its community and on that side of things. And so we sort of came into the fold and in conversation. So with all of that kind of historical part being said, you know, our organization is really excited about the possibility of becoming the new leaseholder for the Warner through an acquisition process. It was really important for us to talk to the state in that process and ask that they contribute financial resources to the acquisition as well in terms of rehabilitation. And so there's a couple things I just wanted to share super high level with the board, and then I'm available for any and all questions. But fundamentally, we wanted to make sure as a nonprofit that we were preserving affordability in the town of Woodbridge, where it's my understanding these 6 units comprise the full affordable housing provided in the community. And we're looking at taking the property from 6 units to full affordability at all 30 units. So really preserving that. And that not only protects and supports the stability of the site, but it really helps the existing tenants in that site age in place, but also provides a future housing opportunity for eligible seniors in Woodbridge going forward for the long term. The site is, this particular project's leveraging significant outside investment, and so the state of Connecticut, through the Department of Housing, is looking at committing $2.5 million towards renovation efforts at the property. When you drive by, you can kind of see the outside's a little bit distressed. I mean, the siding's in good shape, but it needs a new roof. The fences that are up are original to the building. The sidewalks, when you walk on the sidewalks, could use some work. And then when you go inside the units themselves, they've been very well maintained, but you're walking into a bathroom from the early 90s, and when you have that much use on it, it could really use some renovation work. So we're happy to say that the state's willing to support that. And then CHFA is also contributing about $3 million in resources towards the acquisition and rehab of the project as well. And so with that being said, our funders also look towards operational stability. How are we going to make sure that if we're putting this financial investment in, you're going to be able to own and operate it in a way that we find acceptable, as well as your partner at the state? And with that, the town and its ground lease, the length of time, helps preserve that affordability. And also our request for the town to consider a tax agreement with the site preserves that affordability too. And when I'm talking about operational stability and looking at a $5 million plus investment from the state, they're underwriting this to what's your cash flow look like. And when you keep rents very low in order to preserve affordability, you're not generating a lot of income, but you have the same expenses. You've got property insurance, you have utilities. We want to be able to appropriately staff the site as well. And I know, just coming to community meetings that Mika has invited me to, there is concern that maybe there's not enough service delivery at the site, present tense. And so EHM, through that additional expansion of resources by asking for a tax agreement, lets us place like a resident service coordinator on site part-time, lets us have a presence with a property manager, and so there's a face on the site of, this is who's here, this is who you contact for work orders, and make sure that we're not deferring capital maintenance going forward as well. And I think the last piece that I want to mention is that I think it's very valuable for a town like Woodbridge that offers so much as a community to take its affordable housing number from 6 and move it to 30. I think that makes so much impact in a state where we know affordable housing is very hard to find. It's very hard to find in Woodbridge. I live just right on the other side of the tunnel in North Haven and Wallingford. Very hard to find in our communities too, right? And I think it's tremendous that the town consider that type of expansion. It says a lot about meeting the needs of the community where we're at right now. So thank you guys for letting me be here.
I'll make a couple of points as relates to the situation as it exists. The current landlord strategy was to, in an effort to keep the rents as low as he could, so that the folks who were there could stay there, did so by deferring maintenance in a lot of cases. So that's one of the reasons we need the rehabilitation. It needs the rehabilitation that's there. The other thing to understand is that there's a very significant distinction between the affordability in terms of the rents that they're paying, which qualify as affordable. That's part of when you say Woodbridge has 1.14 or 1.17% affordable homes, all 30 of the units are counted toward that. All 30 of them are counted toward that. That's just in terms of the assessment. However, if you're talking about any type of moratorium, they don't count toward that. Only 6 of them would count toward that. Adding the 24 that we are adding, because it's elderly, the points are half of what they would be, but they certainly do add considerably to, they would add considerably to our stock going forward on as soon as this is done. So from our perspective, one of the values that we get is we receive that. In addition to caring for those residents who have been there and who do need the support that they do need. Kelly, one of the questions I wanted to ask is as we consider the tax relief or the tax abatement, are there services that can be added if depending on the level of where that is?
Yeah. So we are underwriting right now. I'm going to answer the question sort of a little sideways, but I'll answer your question. So the way we're underwriting right now provides for a property manager to be staffed on site as well as a maintenance team member. If there was the ability for additional tax relief, we'd be able to provide a service coordinator in terms of the operational budget as well, and have that person staff there probably 3 days a week and could make that type of commitment to the town. In our current model, where we're asking for an assessed value to be fixed at 5%, we don't have a service coordinator budgeted for. But EHM as an organization itself has a resident services department and a resident service oriented management model, where you might find a traditional management company, their property managers only taking work orders, only collecting rent. Our property managers are really focused on what our mission is, which is to make sure our residents can age in place, and our tagline is where dignity and compassion come home, and we really try to bring that forward through all the folks that work at our organization. So I think in general, you'll see an enhancement in service delivery on site, and any sort of additional support that the town provides would allow us to staff it with a dedicated service person on site as well.
And just to be clear with everyone, the 5% you mentioned is 5% of the gross rent collection.
Yes.
The gross amount of the rent that you're collecting. So what we would like to understand, or what I'd like to understand, is what level do we need to get to, for example, for a residential service coordinator? Something along those lines, so that can be part of the consideration.
Yeah,
So.
Could we back up? I'm not
Sure.
sure what the service coordinator would do. Could you describe what the additional
Yeah.
services are as opposed to your property manager?
Sure. Our property manager will not be able, for example, to help you call Medicaid or Medicare or process rent relief applications with the town or energy efficiency applications that you can get energy rebates for. And so our property manager isn't necessarily going to be able to provide you one-on-one case management type service support. However, a service coordinator on site does regular and routine case management with folks who, obviously, we don't mandate participation, but we offer that level of service. Our service coordinators are social workers, so they've gone to school and probably hold a BSW. And therefore have the background and skill set to connect you to resources and also be an advocate for you in that sense. And what's unique about our organization's belief system as well is that our service coordinator, it's a separate department within our organization. And so what's very interesting is sometimes our service coordinator will be advocating for a resident our property manager is feeling the opposite about, based on maybe they have an issue with infestation in their apartment on a routine basis, right? So your service coordinator is going to try to bring in additional resources to address that, whereas the property manager is saying, but you're costing us a lot of money and your neighbors are very upset that we keep having to do mitigation efforts, right? So it's an added benefit in that sense.
Thank you.
Doug, from a lease perspective, is there anything, and we had the benefit of Birch and Moses also having done these types of leases, obviously, for other towns. And is there anything from a lease perspective that you feel should be mentioned to the group?
Well, I would start out by saying that we made a concerted effort to continue as much of the wording from the existing 1991 lease as we could. So I think that there's very little that is materially that was changed. In fact, the new term is the same as the old term was. The old term was 60 years. The new term is going to be another 60 years. And here there's one 30-year extension option. As you mentioned, the rent is, well, you didn't mention, the rent is $1, but surprise, that's because there's a 5% tax agreement. So it's $1 for the entire 60-year term, plus each year the tenant will pay 5% of their gross rental pursuant to the tax agreement. I don't know. I don't think there's really much else that I'd like to say. Any questions that the board may have, I'm happy to try to answer.
Is 5% standard for this type of agreement?
I don't know the answer to that question. Here we just have what was negotiated to try to get to an amount that the town felt was reasonable.
So is there
There's
any
no
explanation as to
standard.
how that
There's no-
was determined?
Sure. We if you remember the numbers that we had talked about at other meetings that we've had, the previous tax rate was at 32,000. We're up to 42,000 now. We had been talking about somewhere under 22,000, and that's about where we are. Originally, one of the ways if you recall, was that they were looking for $850 per unit at a flat rate basis, and that would be for the duration of the lease. And we felt that it was important to have a percentage that could increase as the rents increased. So that would be proportionate to that. So this way, putting 5% on the overall does just that. Or putting a percentage on the overall rent allows it. So if the rent needs to go lower because of market changes, then obviously they're not penalized. If the rent goes higher, we're not penalized from that perspective. Currently, the 5%, I'm going to use the number about $490,000 is, so if you do the quick math, it'll be about $24,000 is what we would be looking at from a tax rate standpoint.
24,000 annually.
Annually. Now, one of the things to consider is that other towns that are doing this, like New Canaan, like North Haven, like Fairfield, who have similar types of arrangements, they have done it on a full tax abatement basis. They've provided them full tax abatement. So we're looking for 5% or something. We're still negotiating. That's one of the terms we're still negotiating at this point in time.
We were looking for the tax number, and then you came up with the percentage that would give us that number. That's where the 5%.
Generally speaking,
Generally,
yes. We
okay.
kind of, in a sense, backed into that number from that perspective. Yes, that's in
Okay.
other words to your question, where did it come from? It wasn't just pulled out of the air. It was, okay, this is about what we were talking about when we started to negotiate. One of the glitches we ran into was that number was based on a tax rate that was prior to the reval.
Yeah.
So it was based on a lower number.
Yeah.
So that was one of the reasons we felt like, okay, that might not be the right number, and maybe there's another way for us to do this.
So, but you're saying 24 does factor in the reval, and like, is this sufficient? I guess.
Sufficient for,
I mean, I guess I'm just wondering. I understand you mentioned 32,000, then 42. Now trying to make it 24.
or less.
Why
correct.
that and that number 24 is important to stick to, so that. Like,
It's-
I guess I'm just wondering where the number 24 came from at 1,000.
Again,
I'm
we
missing
had 30
something.
units, based on the 850. We had a number, and it was based on that, so.
Okay.
And
I
I
could
can,
ask a separate, I'm sorry, but it's just a separate question about the actual document, which is, it has a formula of the calculation of the qualified tax payment under the tax agreement, which says that you fill in the numbers and it all equals to 25.5. And my
That's-
question is, it looks like that's for the entire 30 years, so there's no.
60 years?
No, it's.
The
that's-
tax plan is for 30
Again,
Oh,
years.
30. I'm sorry.
As I said, there's been back and forth with regard to the document. and
So
that's one
this
of the
is
things
not
that-
the current document.
That is correct,
Okay.
as indicated. Yes.
So I can just say, I will want to see the current document.
we will have to
And
see
have
the-
an opportunity to ask questions, because I have a number of questions about this version.
About this,
Whatever I was given, May 5th, I think it is, I have a number of questions in reviewing the document. I'm totally for the deal and structure, but in addition to what I'm glad was clarified, that we have to go to a charter, but just for example, when it talks about consent or approval by the town, there's no reference to the fact that it might be the Board of Selectmen and it could be the town meeting that needs to consent or approve. It's not just, we don't necessarily always have the authority, and we may not be, 60 years from now, we may not be a Board of Selectmen structure under our charter. We could have gone to representative town meeting. So, it's gotta, if you're gonna have a 60-year document, you've got to have something that contemplates how things could change as to who Woodbridge is, that's all. I'm just trying to cover our bases. I was a previous corporate lawyer.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is the way my brain works. And I have a number of things like that, that's an example. There's also something in section 303 with the town some having a role in resident selection committee. I don't understand that at all. So I'm all for the concept, I just, as somebody who would have to be passing this on to the voters, I want to understand the provisions.
yeah, I mean, I think that Doug's took the existing lease that is the town's lease, and we commented on basically two sections. The tax agreement section and also what is affordable. The rest of the document, I don't think our organization has any challenges with, because it's a standard lease form that you guys would ask us to sign.
yeah, it's
there is
consistent with our
yeah.
existing lease, which
Yeah.
is about, halfway through, about halfway through. So,
But there
Under-
says, under section 3-3, for example, maybe this was in the current one, but it says tenant shall work with a resident selection committee appointed by the landlord. And the landlord would be us. So I'm sitting there thinking, what's our role to appoint a resident selection committee? Why are we getting into the role of selecting residents? I don't get that. And this was the May 5th document. I don't know if it's changed, but,
Did
and
we
it
have-
says the residence selection committee shall recommend elderly persons for placement. I'm sitting to myself thinking, oh my goodness, so so-and-so on the committee is gonna recognize their buddy Bob to be the resident. I mean, it's all sorts of
And
questions.
they
Is that
would-
from 1991? Like, I wonder if that's part of
Yeah.
the holdover from the 1991. Like, did we do that at one point?
It could be. Let's see, this is actually, excuse me, Doug, it's as of April 24th is the version I have. But, I mean, these are the kind of things which I just want to get clarified. I don't see any reason why the town would have anything to do with selecting residents, for example. Except
And this
that
is
they
the
would
input
be-
that we want to give to our attorney so that they can,
Yeah.
Right.
so.
So I'd be happy
And
in
what I'd
whatever forum.
prefer is that we take what questions you have, because as Doug and Kelly have mentioned, it hasn't substantially changed. Even the lease rate has just been simplified. I'm sorry, the tax relief rate has just simply been simplified as opposed to changed to any degree or any significance. So what you have, and you will get now the new document that we have, that we just finished or just agreed to, you'll be getting that soon and have an opportunity to input on that completely.
So how can I be helpful in this process? I mean, in
Doing
providing
is-
some input? I
Just
mean,
doing exactly what you're doing, just providing the input.
okay.
We could,
Because I could
Not
keep
on
going.
this-
Just-
Not on
just
this
no-
version.
No,
You're-
not,
yeah.
well, there's no point in doing it now. We don't have to make a
Okay.
decision on it now. What I would suggest is that we do what we always do, provide input to Allison or to my executive assistant, and we will then get that to the attorney so that they can be considered appropriately. So, but this, again, today was for you to have the information, and based on the information that you have, whatever general questions, and most importantly, thought it was very important at this point in time that we understand who New Samaritan is, and the fact that this is at a point now where the ball's in our court
Okay.
for us to figure out what we need to do. We've been waiting for CHAFA, for New Samaritan, for the existing landlord or the existing owner of the complex to work out everything that they needed to. That's been done, and that's been done better than we even thought it was going to be in terms of what we've come out with. Thank you for that. And so now it's on us to define the document that we want to move forward with these folks with. That's the next step.
Well, I think it's a terrific effort, and I'm delighted you're at the table, and that the state is willing to help. I do have one question because of what Mika said about how technically there's 30 residents there now who are affordable, but only 6 qualify. Under this process, will anybody lose their lease?
No, so we have agreed to not displace anybody in the process. And the state has also agreed to allow those households to remain until turnover, at which time we would have to put a qualified household in.
Okay.
That was
Yeah.
that was
The-
a big sticking point
And
from our
I
perspective.
believe-
It'd be nice to have that in writing somewhere, and maybe Mika and
Yeah.
our attorney already have that, but.
I don't know if we do, but we know we have right now 5 households who are well above income, and don't qualify. And so, the residents have actually been very involved in the process and in conversation with our organization. We didn't mandate anybody give us their information. We voluntarily asked for folks to give us what their annual income is, just so we could kind of baseline it. And so we only had 1 household at the site that didn't want to participate. And so we were actually excited to get that level of participation too, just on a voluntary basis. And it was very helpful to understand, because we would be at these town meetings, and I'm unclear as, is it 60% of the property? Is it 80%? Is it everybody except those 6 units? And so the site actually is, for the most part, almost 100% qualified, which is great news for us too, yeah.
Well, I just want to say thank you,
Yeah.
Kelly, and I also want to point out, it was very important to us on the board who took over this property and who was taking care of our residents there. And I think, in your presentation, your turnover rate is very low, and your, rent collection rate is very high, which speaks to the residents being happy and comfortable and well taken care of there. So I appreciate that.
Oh, thank you. And our home office is very close. I'm in North Haven, right on the other side of the tunnel. We have other sites that we manage in Hampton, and we're very close by, so it's not far for us. You know, we have some sites that are way up, like in Cornwall Bridge, and that's a different type of relationship. So it's nice we're very close, and we consider this really home to our community as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Kelly, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Doug, I think you've probably taken notes in terms of some of the points that have already been made, and I'll be in touch with you as I obtain additional input in terms of the agreement and that we need to discuss. So thank you as well.
All right, I'll stand by. You're welcome.
Thank you guys so much. Have a great rest of your night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is public comment. We're not at 6 o'clock as yet. So I will ask, since I see Barbara Hagan here, to talk about the Amity Historical Society Roger Sherman sign. Barbara?
Good evening, all. Thank you for listening to our request. I think I sent to you all in your package some information about what the society is looking to do. And we started this, well, the idea is very, very old, but we started really working on it about a year ago. I actually went to the chief of police then, because that's what DOT told me we needed to do, but then I found out we needed permission from you all. So we've been working since then on that. It's a very appropriate year to do this, and I think Woodbridge should be very proud of the fact that Roger Sherman had something to do with the town. Albeit it wasn't as important as signing constitutions or whatever, but his presence was known. And I think the world should know that, at least anybody that passes through. We are looking to put, probably because of me, instead of one of the modern signs on the road, one of the more old-fashioned historic signs. They are actually aluminum, and they have raised lettering on them. You've seen them all over the place. There is one in town that we discovered was here after we started this whole thing. It's right on Center Building. It was given to the town by the state in 1976, in the last centennial. We actually, and I think I sent a picture of approximately what it is. It can be, the signs can be, they're built in Ohio. At least this one outside here was, and I think most of them are. There are some other places that do similar things, but this is what was recommended to us. They can be any size, any number of words, letters, et cetera, et cetera. We envision something that has about 250 words on it that says simply, I mean, I can read to you a draft of what we have. We haven't really finalized what we'd like to see on the sign, but if you'd like to hear the draft, I can certainly read that to you. It will be whatever color combination that we all decide. Again, if you'd all like to weigh in on that, that's wonderful. It takes about 7 months for them to construct these signs, so we'd certainly like to have it done before the end of the 250th year, so we can have kind of a dedication of sorts before the end of that year. So we need to get moving on that, because 7 months is not that long away. And finally, as I said in my original letter, we would hope that the town might help share in the expense of doing this sign. Questions?
Do we have an estimated cost?
I tried to talk to the people today, which I could not get through to any of them. It will be somewhere, I am guessing from other conversations, between $1,500 and $2,500 for the sign to be constructed, not installed, but constructed and sent here. And as I say, that's a guesstimate.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question, actually, really. I'm all for doing this. I think it's a great idea. I'm a little concerned that going on the roads, intersections, whether people are going to be able to read 250 words while they're going at 40, in theory, 40 miles an hour.
And that is a very good question. I don't know is that there is any room for any kind of a pullover there. Its sighting might be something that should be discussed. It could certainly be around on Johnson Road, but it wouldn't be seen by nearly as many people.
Well, it makes me wonder whether you should actually have two. Which
Two
would
signs?
Be, well, no, but you could have something that is more substantive at the new parking lot that the town has created off of Johnson Road, right? But you could have something that, you know, proud,
Just-
you know,
just
proud
as-
site of, you know, Roger Sherman, you know, but have the detail that you're looking for, the historical information, be somewhere where people actually would be parked.
And that is possible, sure.
Yeah. No, thank you, Margaret, for presenting to us and for all of your work on this. And this is, I think, honoring, you know, our history here in Woodbridge is incredibly important. I think also this highlights how important it is to have collaboration with our boards and commissions. You know, as we look, our Country Club of Woodbridge planning, that first year planning document is to find historical sites on that property and, you know, research them, find a way to honor them. That's all part of the phase 1, year 1 planning. And so I think, you know, to Amy's point about the visibility and being able to get, you know, wording out there and celebrate maybe this conversation, this is something that should be in the larger conversation of this first year planning, which, you know, we should start putting on our agendas so we can begin that, but maybe, you know, sight lines and making sure that, you know, there is a sign that people can read in addition to driving by, hopefully at the speed limit.
At 40, not faster. Yes,
Right.
that's yeah.
But, you know, I think that should be part of a larger planning, you know, conversation too, and I just think this highlights, you know, the importance of making sure we work with all of our boards and commissions, so I appreciate you coming and presenting this.
Well, picking up on that, the plan does talk about, we had a presentation about having a survey of the town about what to call the CCW other than the CCW. And certainly the name Sherman came to my mind.
He did pretty much own all 100 and
Right, so.
He actually
so
owned
I would
100 more
encourage-
than that.
I would
He owned
encourage the
165.
Amity Historical Society to make that point known as we go into this survey process, which is part of the plan. And should it become the Sherman Park or the Sherman whatever, or Rogers something or other, I think that that's where there could be more opportunity, as Maria was saying, for highlighting all that he contributed.
I just,
significant way.
I don't want our planning to slow down the progress of this
I'm just
pursuit.
Yes.
So I agree with the sentiment and dovetailing and integrating others into the planning of this. And there is a timestamp here that I think perhaps two things can be happening simultaneously.
No, all I'm
And
getting
the-
to is you have to talk to the people, including the police, about how many words you can have on a sign going that fast. And in the process, if you have to cut back from 250 words, the point is that you have an opportunity to put some of that language somewhere else in the future. So it's
Certainly point taken, it could
Yeah.
be a much smaller sign just saying this is, you know, our beginning sentence was Revolutionary era statesman Roger Sherman with his dates owned his 165 acre farm on this site. And you could just say that and then have much more of the detail in a different place. That certainly is a possibility to consider.
Barbara, I certainly support this. As you know, we've had conversations about this, and I support it. I think it does offer an opportunity for some collaboration that we would all benefit from along those lines. I do feel like there is that area, the Johnson, Long Johnson Road. That area was part of the plan was specifically to kind of make it into an area where we could recognize and appreciate the historical values with very, things like this, with a sign. And as you said, I mean, maybe it's on the roadway, we put one thing, and then we find a place and we appropriately put something that's a little bit more detailed and a little bit more significant in an area where people will be able to walk by it or be able to see it better. So,
I mean, his house actually was on Ansonia Road.
was it
even
his or
though
was it
Johnson
somebody
Road
else's?
lived there.
I'm sorry?
Even though Johnson Road was in existence, the house was on,
Mhm.
I mean, it wasn't even built by him, it was built before him.
Right.
And that was on Johnson Road,
So-
on Ansonia Road, but.
So, my understanding and just a little bit of, taking a look at this is that Roger Sherman would have referred to it likely as Clover Hill Farm.
It's the same, that's the
Yeah.
same, but it was
Right.
named
And
Clover Hill
multiple-
later.
Right, so it was later. I was trying to kind of track that down. So there were multiple families that
Lived there, yes.
lived there and owned.
He sold it to the Hill House family,
Right.
another illustrious family, and they ended up selling it to the Fowler family. And it came down to the Nesbitt family, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I have all the deeds.
Right, I'm sure. I would love to see it. So I think there's some really beautiful and fascinating history that's there. Did you connect with the State Historic Preservation Office?
And they do know about it, but
Okay.
I mean, they don't do anything
Well,
with
yeah, because
this.
the state used to subsidize
They
that
do not
signage, and they don't anymore. And so
No.
I just didn't know where the State Historic Preservation Office was on maybe reinstating some of those efforts that would,
At this point, I don't think they are
yeah, okay.
considering that at all. They've even taken away the receiving the signs. If you happen to get on the National Register, you have to buy your own sign to put on your house or whatever.
Okay.
They don't
Yeah,
provide them.
those were just the kind of the questions I had about this. I know the state has been kind of more involved in helping to subsidize some of the costs of that in the past, but it doesn't look like there's a lot of funding
No.
going to that at this
No,
time.
not at all. Any other
Thank you.
questions?
Any other questions?
Excited about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara.
Okay. And you'll let us know, I assume,
Yes, more
Whether you-
information to follow.
whether you would approve of doing such a thing or whatever.
I think there's consensus among the board in terms of doing it. I think we just need to discuss what it is we're going to do.
It does say action
And a
as
cost proposal.
appropriate.
We
you
expected that we
need
would have
from us
costs.
right now, Barbara?
We anticipated we'd have a little bit more information, but,
Okay.
so. Well, what do you need, Barbara? That is a good and valid question.
What is it that you need from us to move forward?
What we need is a decision on what, whether we should go forward with looking into doing a full sign, shall I say, or whether you would like just a smaller sign indicating that this is the site, and then in later times making more, giving more information or more detailed information.
I mean, this is what you provided as the example, and I agree, and Amy, this is roadside, no one can read that in driving by, no one's trying to read that in driving by, but they know that means something.
Some of the sites have pull-offs
Yeah.
where you can sit
That
and look at
intersection
them.
though is so dangerous as is.
That one doesn't really.
Yeah, yeah.
I did stop and go
Yeah,
walk
and
up to it and read it. It's also the thought that it's almost impossible to read from your car the size of the lettering anyway, so you have to kind of walk up to them.
There are pull-offs on Johnson near where.
On Johnson, there are. The only problem is Johnson has so much less traffic than
Yeah.
Ansonia. We just felt that Ansonia was the place that more people would see it.
I would suggest it'd be great to have a cost estimate and the final language that you would like to have.
Well,
And I
final
think-
language would depend, I mean, if
Yeah.
you all,
Well, I'd see a proposal
doubles or-
of what that would be. I mean, I do think a larger sign with that information is appropriate, especially given what we envisioned in the CCW plan, that one that specifically mentioned highlighting the history of the Roger Sherman homestead, and having a history trail. And right now, because we have that pullout at Johnson and Sonia, it seems like that's an appropriate space for a large sign where people are using that space and going in to walk. I think that would be an appropriate place to look for and potentially set, because that's what we've envisioned for that space.
So you're suggesting 2 signs? Did she have one on the road, if that's which run, one
I think
shorter phrasing, the first sentence you said, maybe?
I think the more informative sign is I think provides more value, especially in the context of, you know, the 250-year
So you're saying that instead?
I think
Yeah.
whether instead or I think that's the more informative sign that I think will provide more value to the community.
I mean, I could find out the cost of doing the 2 signs.
I think, yeah, having that information allows both those bits will allow us to make a better decision, I think.
Okay.
And I think that was more to my point of like, not necessarily delaying it, but in that greater conversation of like how we can we can put it in the place that we know, you know, people are going to see it, whether it's going to be at a trailhead or whether it's going to be by the park or wherever it would be, that type of planning would help us decide what type of sign, you know, the larger one, the smaller one, where to put it appropriately so that it would be seen by our residents. But we can have those conversations simultaneously.
The sign, of course, can always be moved.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So, all right, we will get to work further and come back to you.
Thank you very much,
Okay,
Barbara.
thank you.
Appreciate it. We are at 6 o'clock, so we will open up for public comment at this point in time, and the board invites members of the public to step forward for public comment. Speakers are asked to state their full name and address for the record and try to limit their remarks to 3 minutes. The board may limit the total amount allotted for public comment on any single topic to ensure meeting runs efficiently. And I would ask that the comments should be made in a respectful and orderly manner, and the board does encourage the board does not engage in dialogue or respond to public comments at the time they are offered. The matters raised may be referred to town staff for review, placed on future agendas, or otherwise addressed by the board as appropriate. So with that, I'll ask, is there anybody that would like to step forward for public comment? Please. Just need your name and your address.
Roger that. Hello, Board of Selectmen of Woodbridge. My name is Aaron Barkin, son to Kathy and David Barkin. My address is 10 Hemingway Road, North Haven, Connecticut. I understand that might be confusing. I am coming here in a personal and professional capacity. I am a captain in the United States Army, and I am the commander or the inbound commander of the New Haven Recruiting Company. It is my intention, per the request that I put in through your very cohesive online form, I do not mean that sarcastically, I mean it respectfully, to hold my change of command ceremony on the green by the gazebo with a alternate rain location of the gym and center school, which I did not put on the online form but am requesting now. The purpose of this is I could have this ceremony at the Middletown Reserve Center or a number of our reserve centers in southern Connecticut. However, as a child of this town and what this town has meant to me and how it has framed my service, specifically through the education system and the general values that I found growing up here, I want my organization that I lead to be forward-facing towards the community. And what better place to do that than the green here? That's all I got for everyone. It's nice to see some familiar smiling faces. I would obviously have my mom singing the national anthem, as is tradition in this town. And that's all I got.
Did you say Captain Barkin?
Captain, yes.
Captain Barkin?
Aaron is fine, though. I'm in my civilian clothes.
Thank you. I know that we do have this on our agenda, later on in our agenda, and I truly appreciate the fact that you've come in to actually tell us a little bit more about what it is, because oftentimes we just get the request, but we don't know exactly what it's all about. So it's something that I appreciate in terms of you caring enough about the town, your hometown, to do something like this. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for your service.
Oh, appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Yes.
Someone can sign this?
Um,
Yeah.
Please, Captain Joseph, you can come up. Thank you.
Barry Josephs, 11 Diana Drive, Woodbridge. First of all, I would like to thank Board of Selectmen for supporting Captain Barkin's proposition. Secondly, I would like to thank everyone for their ongoing support of our Veterans Day and Memorial Day ceremonies. As you can see, that my remarks are totally non-political and non-controversial. Thank you especially for Mika for your support. And also I'd like to mention Amy Morella. I cannot remember a time when Amy was not present at one of our ceremonies to show her support for the military, especially in these very tenuous times for the military community and for their families. So thank you very much, Amy. One more thing, I would like the Board of Selectmen to please pass a resolution guaranteeing that it will not rain on Memorial Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
That is definitely not within our powers.
I think prayers might be more useful there, Barry.
Try as we might. Would anyone else like to step forward for public comment? Anyone else?
Fellow Woodbridge residents. Derek Owaskowitz, 27 Beecher Road. I'm really here about the Public Works Director. I see that you're going to be speaking about that later. I hope that the interim, whoever you choose, it will actually be able to answer some simpler questions. The one that's been out there, and it kind of came right when Warren, I believe, stepped down, we asked for the drainage plan of Beecher Road School. It seems that there's no engineering department here, and the school was built in 1965, so I believe Public Works has the most knowledge. There was a recent major project that was completed there. The only record for it was a roofing permit. So we just wanted to see, they installed that rain gutter eco-friendly system. And so we're just trying to get a plan of what the existing stormwater system is on the site, especially with that big upgrade. So that'd be helpful. And then the other comment would be is, I'm not sure, it's probably the board, but we'd like to request speed bumps put in front of the school as soon as possible. The cars, the police actually are pulling people over because they have been monitoring the situation and escalated to actually, giving citations. So those are the two items. And the other one would be would we speak to the building committee about the transformation of the Beecher site? Because I believe the plan presented includes a public area. And if the old school is going to be converted and reused for potentially, citizens going to the gym or whatever it may be, we'd ask that at that same time, whoever's in charge, that one-way situation would, I believe, have to be addressed further, because right now it's during school hours, nobody really should be going in and out. And again, if anybody, maybe the Public Works Director or somebody could get back to us on, do we go to the building committee or who do we speak to about that?
Are you here in your capacity as an applicant?
I'm here just as a resident with concern. I happen to live right in front of.
I'm confused by your intention. Through what capacity you're trying to get
As a
this
citizen.
information?
As a citizen of the.
Resident making public comment.
Yeah,
Is
that's
what-
all. I'm not. Public comment, that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to step forward for public comment?
So I'm trying to, Bob Hill, 68 Acorn Hill Road. I'm trying to budget my 3 minutes, okay, over several meetings. So, first of all, Mika, thank you so much for the conversation that you've been having at the library or at the senior center. It's really, I think, a productive interchange with the public in that way. And I know in this day and age where people think as soon as we have to be polar all the time, and you know, I guess I was brought up with whoever's in charge you support, okay, and you try to get things happening in the town or the state and I think you've seen in some of the meetings I've attended, I'm trying to support what we're trying to do, especially with EDC and getting that going and that type of thing. Just want to give you a little update here. One of the things I learned when I worked in corporate life is I learned how to read tea leaves, okay? And one of the things I realized a couple meetings ago, I said, you know something, I see where things are going with the ball field lights, so that's why I've come and I'm making comments here. You know, no disrespect, but I can see, as I said, I can read the tea leaves, and I'm just going to make a few comments of things that I'm learning along the way, and I will put these comments here in a quick email, and I will also send you some pictures that I took too. So the original request started with them asking for practice time and maybe some games. I know when my son played fall ball, they didn't play games during the week. And I know the way the league works, the parents don't want to play makeup games on Saturday, so they're trying to now jam it in so that the kids can play AAU on the weekend or play soccer, and then you're trying to make all this happen. They've already openly admitted there's only 3 teams in fall ball, so that's like 36 kids, okay? Maybe 45, okay, in that way. What I've also heard now, and I've heard this through some different meetings, how this thing is kind of moving along. At the last Coupot meeting, one of the Bethwood members said, you know, if we had lights, we could start the games later. Oh, thank you so much. That's just what I want. I want you to start the games at 6:30. And guess what? That's exactly what they did in Oxford. I went out there, okay, and I got there at 8:07 p.m., at 8:14, and they were in the 4th inning of a game, okay? And I know Coupot went out there at 7:30 in the evening. It was still light, but I know that they probably stayed there for a while, and then they went over to Acorn Hill to see the lights over there. The lights that they're talking about here are 60 feet high. The lights that they refer to are Acorn, the street lights that are obviously not as bright, they're only 20 feet high. So let's know what we're talking about here. So talking about moving those back, in one of the first meetings, one of the Bethwood people said there was only 3 fields. There's 9 fields, okay? Now, there's T-ball, rookies. So you got 2 at Acorn, you got 3 at West River, 2 at Beecher, two over at Center, okay, because you can play T-ball and you can play rookies there. And they also have fields over in Bethany that they used to. So let's be accurate in terms of, let's be factual here. Couple other things here. There was a survey put on Facebook, and the only thing you could put in the survey was, it wasn't like, do you think you should violate the commitment to the neighbors that were made 30 years ago? It said, are you in favor of lights for the kids, free lights and so on and so forth? And there was no option for no, it was only yes, okay? And my neighbor, who I met the other day on Monday, Dave, that Steve you've worked with, made that point quite well. I did attend the recreation meeting on Monday. I found out about it kind of short notice that it was on the agenda. But Monday I went up and down the neighborhood and I got 17 people to come out and speak. And the people who originally led our group there that lived in the house, the Bogans, which is now the Allens and Jacksons, Pat came out and spoke, and I know she's now also communicated with you, Mika. Another thing I learned the other night at the recreation meeting, question was asked, and one Bethwood person was there about how was this being funded, because I kept hearing that it was fully funded. Well, guess what? It's not fully funded. It's only half funded, okay, supposedly. The league is going to cover half the cost, and the electric company, not UI, the company that's doing the install is going to cover the other half, is what I'm hearing. So it sounds like a financing scenario. And guess what? As soon as that equipment arrives on our property, we own it. There's not going to be any UCCs or security interest with the bank. So that's something that's out there. I would suggest that you take the time to watch the Coupot meeting since February, and also the recreation meeting from this past week, to kind of see what's going on here. I also had the opportunity, I know I passed in the motion at the last meeting, and I think at the last Coupot meeting, I think that motion has now been passed to you, Nick, to review that. I had 2 attorneys who were well schooled on town politics and things of that sort, and reviewed that motion. And when you read the part where it says, until prior to the use of the fields, these things need to be put into place. So the catch-22 is if the position that I'm hearing is the ordinance wasn't put into place, then the field should have never been used, okay? That's the real issue here. Now, later on, they said, and didn't even get voted on, was there should be an oversight group. You are the oversight group right now, the Board of Selectmen of those fields. I did visit Oxford, and when I visited Oxford, I was there, and I know there was a report in terms of what the lights look like there. I have to tell you, I didn't get the same feeling about those lights as was reported. And I will email these pictures. You can see that, pass on. If you want to, you can pass my iPad around. You can at least see that one there. I don't think those people in that picture are going to be too happy about it. And I will go down there. I know it was reported that those neighbors were fine with it. I will actually personally go down there and I will knock on doors and I will speak to people, because that's what I do I collect facts, okay? So just a couple of other points. By the way, I have some very sad news today. Somebody died today. Babe Ruth died today. This is the first year, I just learned this today, that the Bethwood Baseball League and the Woodbridge Fathers League will not have any Babe Ruth teams. 13, 14, 15, 16, or 19. Zero. Does that tell you a little bit about what's happening with all these other programs with lacrosse, flag football? The numbers are diminishing. They're not increasing here, okay? When I ran the Babe Ruth program, okay, back in 13, 14, 15, I had 6 teams, okay? 6, okay? So, yeah, the other thing is the lights in the field are more than just lights. It's traffic on the road. We have the transfer station all day. And then we get the games in the evening. When do we get peace? At what time do we get peace in our neighborhood? We've done our share in our neighborhood. And it was interesting, I heard Marlo make the comment the other night at Recreation. He says, they have 1-2 games a week that they attend? He goes, I'm in attendance every night, okay? He's there every night. He could literally, in the fall, when the leaves are off the trees, he could keep score from his front porch, okay? So, look, I have a pretty good sense where you all are on this, but I thought I would come and keep you updated because I keep learning stuff, and I think I need to keep updating this at this point. So, you know,
Thank you.
So that's where I'm at this point. So I appreciate it. And the only last point is, I was looking at the POCD, and I happened to notice in the POCD under recreation, there was no anticipation or request for lights on field. So I'm not sure where this request comes from when it wasn't. And I believe if it gets this far, which it probably will, I think that's where the wind is blowing here at this point in time. I think at that point when you refer it, I think TP&Z will then have a difficult time approving because it's not in the POCD. So those are my comments. Thank you for all what you all do, and that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill.
Mika, since this has been brought up more than once, might it behoove us to discuss the Board of Selectmen's role in this situation and what's...
At a point where it's brought up to the degree that it needs, this is the first time we're hearing public comment on this.
No,
so.
it's not. We've gotten multiple
So-
public comments on this, from Bob. But,
And others.
And
I know, well, the last one.
Marlo did, yes, I do remember. We can discuss that.
Matthew Giglietti, Brightwood Drive. I've been out of touch for a while, but I've been keeping I'm keeping on up to what's going on in town. I can't say I'm very happy with what I've been seeing. Let me start, of course, my topic for tonight is the Beecher Road project. And let me say this with a relative amount of expertise. Woodbridge cannot afford this project. It will blow up our budget. It will lower our bond rating to a point where our interest rates will be too high. And in the simple numbers I've already started to put together, it will cost every taxpayer in the thousands. Not 300. When we did the $13 million project, I remember Tony did a computation. He told me, I looked it up, 300, it's exactly what it was. This will be thousands for the typical taxpayer. And unfortunately, we haven't gotten any numbers on that yet. I think it's utter insanity to knock Beecher Road School down and build a new school. It's insane. And it's financially totally inappropriate. We spent $13 million on this school 11 years ago, and we're going to knock it all down. And we're still paying for it. It's insane, which is why it's truly not supported by the people of this town. A cost of $110 million. I'm talking to people in the building trades who know Beecher Road School, who know Amity. They're saying there's no way it could be done for $110 million. The reimbursement rate of 50%, that's pie in the sky. None of you have ever been through an audit from the state. I have, at Amity. I was on the Amity Finance Committee, and I was put on the committee when they started reviewing the project. And the only purpose of that review is to disqualify expenses so that the reimbursement rate goes down, and that means the taxpayers have to pay more. So please, don't buy this 50%. It'll never happen unless we're required to spend tens of thousands of dollars to make it happen. In all the years on the board, we must have had Board of Education projects again and again and again, by far the most projects we ever referred. And they were always presented by the superintendent of schools, the chairman of the Board of Education, or members of the Board of Education. Never has a member of the Board of Selectmen taken the lead. I think it's improper. And I think, as loathsome as this might sound to you, you represent me and 9,000 other people. You should not be doing this. You should not be running the show. It's improper. How can you possibly be objective of this project when you're running the show? It's wrong, and I ask the first selectman to stop it. It shouldn't be. There's no way you can explain to me that a member of the Board of Selectmen should be leading this charge. It's wrong. Let me say this. I've talked to dozens and dozens of people in my office. I do a lot of tax work for clients in Woodbridge. The next person who comes to me and says, I'm really in favor of this project, will be the first person to say that. I have not heard one person who's in favor of this project, and that is going to continue. When they hear the numbers, they're really going to be wondering. Tony Genovese, who I worked with for 20 years, has an absolute knack of putting together numbers like this and projecting what it's going to cost taxpayers, the project. He's been silenced, I guess. I haven't seen a single financial document, but I'm doing it myself. I can do it too. I'm going to come up with the numbers, and we're going to get the information out to the taxpayers, and they're going to know what this is going to cost them. I'm also amazed that the town is taking $20,000, or somebody's taking $20,000 out of the education budget to hire a promoter to convince me to make my taxes go up. That's offensive. That's offensive, and I don't think we voted on the Board of Education budget to have that happen. What I will say is this. I'm going to be very active in this. You're going to be seeing a lot of me. If Tony is not allowed to do what he's done so well for the years, that's fine, because I'm going to be preparing the figures myself. And I've got many, many people on the sidelines ready to get involved, people you're going to find very surprising. Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, Board of Education members, and they're all going to be joining me in this battle. I can tell you there's no way that I can see Woodbridge voters will be in favor of this, but I'm going to make sure that they get documents in the mail which are going to convince them why they shouldn't. One more piece of bad information, not bad news. My client, Joe Marcucci, who now lives in Denver, Colorado, he owned the 807 Fountain Street property. It's the last property on the left before the highway, directly across from our infamous 804 Fountain Street property. He called me last week and said, Matt, I got bad news for you. And I said, yeah, what's that, Joe? He said, I sold my property to a guy, and he promised me he was going to keep it and live there or whatever. He said, and I could tell you, this is public knowledge. He sold it for $635,000 in May of 2024. He wanted to tell me that in January, the property was purchased for $1 million by a Waterbury developer. So get ready. We're going to be having another application for an apartment building of some kind, affordable, whatever, but Woodbridge is becoming the town of apartment buildings. And I'm just amazed that with a school project, how do you possibly know how many kids are gonna be in the school? If the Beecher Road project is approved, that could generate 200 kids with 3-bedroom units, and somehow or another, you're gonna put a school up, which very soon after it's finished, it's not gonna be big enough, especially if this other project comes through. So keep going about, doing what you're doing, saying what you're saying, but trust me, there's gonna be a lot of information coming forth from us to convince people why they shouldn't support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to step up for public comment?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Okay, Nicole Donzello, 55 Hickory Road. I am here as chair of the CUPOP. So essentially, I would have sent this out to all of you if I had completed on time to make the packet, but I did not. So I'm here to read this request that I have regarding an item on your consent agenda, specifically a request to correct the April 29th Board of Selectmen meeting minutes. Dear members of the Board of Selectmen, I am writing to formally request a correction to the minutes of the April 29th, 2026 Board of Selectmen meeting to ensure an accurate public record. This request addresses a written comment submitted by Andrea Urbano and a statement made by Amy Morello. To maintain the integrity of the town's permanent public record, it is vital that official minutes reflect evidence-based data. In submitted written feedback regarding the strategic plan, Ms. Urbano characterized recent CUPOP reports as, quote, erroneous. This characterization is contradicted by the verifiable data in the reports. The reports generated by CUPOP are thoroughly vetted, evidence-based, and fully supported by the documentation provided in the report's attached appendices. Labeling documented bipartisan work as erroneous without referencing specific flaws creates an inaccurate impression of our work. Therefore, I request that Ms. Urbano consider amending her submission to reflect the verifiable data. Alternatively, I request that the Board of Selectmen note in the minutes that CUPOP reports are fully supported by evidence and include this letter in the official record. This addition ensures that the town's permanent record remains accurate and complete. To exercise due diligence and foster communication, I invited Ms. Urbano to the upcoming CUPOP meeting on May 18th at 6 p.m. To provide specific evidence of any alleged errors. Unfortunately, she is unable to attend, but has graciously agreed, thank you, to provide a written response outlining the one example she recalled when drafting her feedback to the Board of Selectmen. I would also like to address a statement made by Amy during the same meeting. Ms. Morello asserted that Habitat for Humanity determined 2 CUPOP reviewed town-owned properties were, quote, not developable, end quote. To clarify, in correspondence to which both Ms. Morella and I were party, Habitat for Humanity declined to develop 38 Mylan Road and 52 Brookwood Drive because the projects were cost prohibitive for their nonprofit model. They cited, excuse me, don't worry, I'm not reading this whole packet. They cited specific concerns which primarily centered around potential soil issues. Their resource constraints do not necessarily preclude a for-profit developer from moving forward in compliance with the property's single-family restricted deeds, and the board should still continue to investigate that possibility. It is important to note that CUPOP's reports on these specific properties transparently detailed the potential for wet soils and the necessity for soil testing. Specifically, the reports detailed a Quinnipiac Valley Health Department and Inland Wetlands Agency history of 52 Brookwood Drive and concerns raised by the Conservation Commission regarding 38 Mylan Road. I encourage all board members to review our reports in their entirety in conjunction with the appendices. Since CUPOP operates without a budget to fund actions such as physical site testing, our reports provide the foundational data necessary for the Board of Selectmen to determine whether further, sometimes funded investigation is warranted. One of CUPOP's roles is to provide the objective data needed to inform decisions regarding the use of town-owned property and, in this instance, 830G housing. CUPOP reports are living documents that are amended as new substantiated information becomes available. Thank you for your consideration of this request. I'm confident the board will take the necessary steps to ensure the official record remains accurate and complete. I have provided in true CUPOP form exhibits that are attached to this letter. It contains the written feedback from Mr. Bono, as well as, give me one second, the Habitat for Humanity email dated April 13th, 2026, the 52 Brookwood Drive Coupop report, and the 38 Mylan Road Coupop report for your review. I will give this to you, Tony, for some light reading.
I think you're submitting that all to be the part of the record of this meeting. Is
Yes,
that correct? As public comment.
Yes, thank you. Also, I just wanted to, I know Andrew brought up bringing up the Acorn Hill lighting as an agenda item eventually for the Board of Selectmen. We are discussing that matter on Monday at our meeting. I'm not quite sure if it will go to a vote at that point in time, but if it does, or when it does, we will be providing a full detailed report to the Board of Selectmen with everyone's comments and all the pertinent information to provide to you for your review, should you decide to put that on the agenda. Okay, thank you.
Would anyone else like to step up for public comment?
Hi, Jeanette Glicksman, Human Services Director. I was actually not going to say anything, but I see that you have the Room 16 agreement on your agenda tonight, so I have not been consulted on this in any way, and it is the hallway where we do our business. So I'm not prepared to say fully prepared remarks, but just I want to make sure that you have considered the fact that parking at the center building has gotten completely terrible lately. The high school kids are parking there. Got a little better today because the seniors went out on internships. I've had the police talking to their resource officer to control that. We have, the Community and Cultural Center going to open. The parking is just terrible everywhere. The seniors are parking behind the church. They're parking behind Town Hall. It's about to get very hot. It can get very dangerous for them to start walking so far. And in the fall, obviously, this agreement will start and parking will get worse. I don't know how many instructors. I don't know if they're going to be limited to just room 16. Our relationship with the child care center was such that whenever they needed extra space, they came and they said, oh yeah, we got to use the hallway for this event today, or we have a vendor coming and we need to use room 16, or we don't have any place for our staff to eat their lunch, so can you set up a table in the hallway for them to have their lunch separate from the kids? It was a constant request, and we like them, and I'm sure we'll like the Amity people too, but it is a public hallway. And it is for use for the clients of the center. I also have concerns that this population, I don't know, the makeup of the group, but in terms of needing ADA assistance to get to the second floor, if there is a fire alarm, they will not be able to use the elevator. And so egress from the building there is no ramp from the second floor. So there are several things that I just thought you ought to consider about it, since I, obviously didn't talk to you guys before you have an agreement. Just a few things. I'm sure it's good revenue, and I'm sure that we'll all be good neighbors, but just a few concerns. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to step forward for public comment? Anyone? Seeing none, we will move on with our agenda. Our next item on the agenda is our QVHD update.
Mika, if possible, I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda to add an agenda item. Could be for discussion now or at a later point on the agenda.
At a later point, only because I call this item at this point.
All right.
So we have with us Louis Pantoja. Am I saying it right, Louis? Or can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you.
The Director of Health at QVHD. I believe we've also, did you want Roy to be part of this?
Roy
or?
Ivans, I'm one of two representatives from Woodbridge on the Board of Directors at QVHD.
Thank you. So
Good
Louis,
evening, everyone. Thank you for having me today. I know that you have a jam-packed agenda tonight, so I wanted to keep my comments, just be respectful of people's time. So I wanted to do like maybe a 10-minute presentation just to update you guys on our district, and then take questions, which I think it's very, very important for us to listen to any concerns that you may have. So I did prepare a couple slides, so let me see if I can share them with you guys.
it is up. We are seeing them, Louis.
Perfect. Okay. Well, good evening, everyone. So what I wanted to do was give you a little bit of an update just on me, and then a little bit of an update on the agency. This may be the first time that you may be meeting me. So I'm Luis Pantoja. I'm the Director of Health at Quinnipiac Valley Health District. So just a little bit brief background on me. I currently serve as the Director of Health and CEO at QVHD. I also serve as the Secretary and Treasurer of the QVHD Board of Directors. And I'm also the unit lead for the Quinnipiac Valley MRC, or the Medical Reserves Corps. I serve as the Communications Committee Chair for the Connecticut Association of Directors of Health, or CADH, which is an organization that represents most health directors in the state of Connecticut. Previous to this, I worked in public health at Central Connecticut Health District. I teach as an adjunct professor for anatomy and physiology for CCSU. And I'm a lifetime Husky, so I've been there for my undergrad, my graduate, and half of my medical school education. So that's a little bit about me. And now for the meat and potatoes of this presentation, Quinnipiac Valley. So Quinnipiac Valley Health District, and I have a QR code here. You guys feel free to scan it. That'll give you all the information of our agency, including our social media channels. But in short, Quinnipiac Valley Health District is the local health department that represents 4 municipalities. So Bethany, Hamden, North Haven, and Woodbridge. So we represent about 100,000 people in our population. Hamden makes up the vast majority at 60,000, followed by North Haven at 25, Woodbridge at 10, and Bethany at 5,000. We are organized under the Connecticut General Statutes, specifically Chapter 368F, and that's what gives us most of our jurisdictional authority over state statutes, regulations, and local ordinances. So we are distinct in Connecticut from the vast majority of the United States. So if you're a little bit familiar with local health departments are typically divided into county-based health departments. In the state of Connecticut, we have 59 health departments. So in this map, it shows us as number 17, but affectionately, I consider us number 1. It's just an arbitrary number. But if you can see here in blue, what you see are local health districts. In yellow, you see full-time health departments, and in white, you see part-time health departments. So when we take a look at this, local municipalities or local health departments make up 35. There are 20 health districts, one of which we are, and we take account of 130 towns, and currently there are 4 part-time health departments. So for a total of 59 health departments in the state of Connecticut. So when it comes down to QVHD, we're a very small agency. We only have 8 people fully staffed. So I sit at the top of our organizational chart as the Director of Health, but I take direction from our municipal leadership, including this Board of Selectmen, so out of the 4 towns, and also our Board of Directors. So our Board of Directors are elected as follows. So you get 1 board member for every town, so that's a minimum of 4, and then we get an additional board member for every 10,000 thereof in a population, with a maximum of 5. So Hamden has the most board of directors with their population at 60,000. Woodbridge is represented by 2 board of directors. So Roy is in attendance, and Rick Martinello, which is the second, which is your board of directors here. We also have a medical advisor. So our medical advisor is Dr. Amir Mohammed, who is the part-time health director for the town of Orange, and we work closely on any medical. We have 3 divisions in our district. So environmental is what you typically think of a local health department doing, which is restaurants, inspections, enforcement. And right now we have our Chief of Environmental Health Services, who's Santiago. I'm happy to say that after a couple of departures, so when I came into this district, I was fortunate to have very, very seasoned staff that were here for 25 to 35 years. So as we transition in here, these staff have retired. So right now we're undergoing a rebuilding phase, and I'm very, very excited to say that we're filling positions with candidates that are going to hit the ground running. There's been a lot of legislative changes in the state of Connecticut, which allows us to train candidates in-house instead of actually having the state field standardize them. And we've done so already with one candidate, and we're just hiring 2 more individuals that are going to hit the ground running now. The other exciting development at Quinnipiac Valley is that we're launching our clinical health services division. So this is in response to something that I'll talk about a little bit later, which is the sunsetting of a lot of grants, which is how public health departments are funded. So what we're looking to is, with a medical background, I've always wanted to go back to serving the community at a point of care service. So offer vaccinations, offer RT-PCR testing, STI testing. And right now we have a development plan that I'll show you guys a little bit later. But that's our agency. So quickly, where do we take direction from? On an international level, it's the WHO, although that relationship has been strained as of late just with the political turmoil. At the federal level, it's the CDC, and similar sentiments are there. At the state level, our mothership is the Connecticut Department of Public Health. And at the local level, it's QVHD, where we set our bylaws, and we also take in ordinances. So in this situation, it's going to be ordinances for 4 different towns. That's public health in a nutshell. There's been a couple of new collaboratives, so the Northeast Public Health Collaborative and the West Coast Alliance, and these 2 came into play because of the political turmoil currently experienced both on the international and the federal level. So these 2 have recently merged together into the Governor's Public Health Alliance, and these are all the states that are currently involved. And all this means is that we're able to dispute for the first time the CDC. In the event that they make any changes such as to the vaccination tables or anything like that, we can go ahead and just operate in the state of Connecticut, independent for the federal government, along the lines of these states that have joined this alliance. So public funding. Oftentimes, public health is very, very murky. So I always like to delve into how we're actually funded. So our revenue primarily comes from town per capita. And this is a per capita rate that's issued by population. So 49% of our funding comes from town per capita from our 4 towns, and there's the percentages, so it's proportional to the population size. Then about 32% of our revenue comes from our fee schedule. So these are our licenses, our permits, our certificates of compliance that we issue local businesses in the area. Those are the inspections, those are the field work that we actually do based on our fee schedule. And then about 20% of our revenue comes from state per capita. And that's a per capita that's issued on the state level based on population metrics, and it's issued in full at the beginning of the year. So our expenditures, like any other agency, primarily go to salary and fringe. So 80% of our budget goes towards salary and fringe, and then there's a minimal amount of administration, building, insurance, and supplies. Quinnipiac Valley does own our building, so there's a lot of operational. We don't pay a mortgage, so our overhead is primarily tailored toward maintaining a building. So I have a couple slides on what this actually means. I'll go through them quickly because I think most people may be aware of where these comes from. So I'll take a look at the per capita, I'll take a look at the grants, and I'll take a look at the fee schedule. So the state per capita, the Department of Public Health funds all local health departments in the state of Connecticut at different levels. So we're a district, so we are funded at a 260 rate, which is the primary rate that districts are funded. Municipalities or full-time health departments for the towns are funded at 193. So this is $1.93 times the population at hand. And part-time health departments actually don't receive state funding. So this is difficult because we are all responsible for maintaining the public health code and enforcing the FDA food code, etc. This can get impacted drastically. So last year, the governor passed a 10% budget cut, and that got passed down from DPH to the local level. So though the state statute says that we're funded at 260, they actually underfunded us at 234. So you can see how quickly these decisions impact the local agency, and it quickly impacts our staff. The good news is that the recent budget actually increases our state per capita to $3, and this has been the first change in over 10 years. So we're very, very excited. We're hoping that the governor does pass the budget as proposed, and we've had a fair bit of testimony at the Appropriations Committee, et cetera. So that's state per capita. Town per capita, these are all the 20 districts and their populations. So our districts, our budgets are set by our board of directors. So I set a budget, I present it to our finance committee, and then we do a public hearing, and this just happened in April. This gets adopted. Municipality budgets are actually allocated. So it's not too dissimilar from a Parks and Rec department, a building department, or planning and zoning. So we're a little bit distinct, which is why we have that level of oversight, which is our board of directors. So that's state and town per capita. When we take a look at our fee schedule, and this is something that I want to focus on a bit, is what we actually do in the environmental health division. So while the community health division or the clinical division, we take care of infectious diseases, transmissible diseases, reportable diseases such as tuberculosis, community events and evidence-based programs such as falls prevention. What most people think when you think of a health department, it's what we do on the environmental side. So all of our licenses actually expire on 1/31 of the year. So we go a full renewal, and this is on food establishments that are currently operating. So they have to renew their license on a yearly basis. And this is based on class. So class 1, 2, 3, depending on how intricate their menu is and what they're actually doing. So you can imagine a sushi restaurant who has a variance to acidify rice is going to be a class 4, where there's someone that's actually just selling food and just opening up the packages and reheating it will be a class 1. So those are licenses. When you take a look at certificates, and these expire on May, so we're undergoing our second renewal period. These are certificates of compliance, and this primarily has to do with cosmetology or body care. So we do any cosmetology, hair salons, nail salons, tattoo, pools, motels, hotels, and we also do the massage parlor and tattoo that have, some towns have ordinances against and some towns don't. So depending on what establishments are in the area, these are the people who are inspecting, we're opening, and we're making sure that they're in compliance. The third tier, and this is year round, is our permits. And our permits typically are for, especially for the town of Woodbridge, it's pertinent, it's for well and septic systems. So these are, changes, additions, leaching fields, soil testing, things like that. And if you're interested in taking a look at our fee schedule, it's on our website. And we have a pretty extensive one, but I figured that I'd break it down here. So what this actually looks like, just to be a little bit more tangible, is this is data that we report on our annual report. And again, it's available on our website. But if you take a look at our environmental report, what I like to do is take a look at our services that we offer and break it up between towns. So here you'll see Bethany, Hampden, North Haven, and Woodbridge. And right now you're taking a look at just our food services. So these are food service inspections, restaurants, seasonal licenses, temporary food licenses, food trucks such as itinerant vendors, supermarkets and grocery stores, convenience stores. And this is how it's distributed within the district. When you take a look at the cosmetology side, and these are the things that I reviewed previously, so tattoo, hotel, motel licenses, pool inspections, daycare inspections, this is how they're distributed in the district. When you take a look at the, one of the things that are often not reported well is complaints. We are a public agency. So one of the things that we do the most is take public complaints. Now, a lot of these have to do with home complaints or building complaints, blight, anything, you name it. For example, let's take a look at the winter season. In the event that an individual loses their heating source, and we actually take a look and we catalog a temperature that violates at under 65 degrees Fahrenheit, we would actually relocate the individual to an apartment complex, or whether it be in the same apartment complex that they might have vacancy, or to a hotel, and that's at the expense of the landlord. So you can imagine that, every day is different at QVHD. So depending on who calls and what type of action we're actually taking, this is where a lot of complaints come from. And then what we take a look is for child monitoring cases, so elevated blood levels, and this has to do with either cultural exposures or environmental exposures, such as old housing stock, any building built before 1978. We take a look at these and we actually go into the home and go and undergo epidemiological investigations. We issue abatement orders. So these are small services that we do that take up a lot of time, as you can imagine. And the last thing that I touched on is the permits. So this is basically everything that we do on a permit level for well and septic. So soil tests, engineering plans, full repairs, whether it be tank replacements or additions, whether it be water treatment, waste, permits to discharge. So I'd like to give you guys just a sample of the things that we do as a function of our health district. And again, this is only one division that does this, and this is the environmental division. But I know that this is the one that's near and dear to most people's hearts. So the last thing that I'll touch on is grants. So QVHC, as other health departments, get a fair bit of grants. And we've been fortunate enough to actually hold the immunizations grant, the epidemiology and laboratory capacity grant. We still hold the school-based health grant, and we run 2 school-based health centers in Hamden. We hold the workforce development grant and the public health emergency preparedness grants. But what I'll bring to your attention is that a lot of these are cost reimbursable grants. And what that means is that we actually do the services, and the state has 365 days to actually reimburse us for those costs. So these are very, very vulnerable. So when there was political turmoil last year, 3 of our grants were canceled immediately with no notice. And we had to transition people immediately, only for it to be reinstated. The other thing that I want to bring to your attention is that most of these grants are actually sunsetting. So these grants are ending with no notice of funding opportunities available. So at QEHC, I think it's prudent that we anticipate those changes. So while I have the workforce development to 2027, we've actually taken the initiative to diversify our income a little bit. And this is where the scalable clinical services come into play. So we launched a clinical health services division, which is new to this district. And this is a quick roadmap that I put together for anywhere from 5 to 10 years. So in short, what I'm looking to do is license us as an outpatient clinic. And I'm working in conjunction with our medical advisor, and we're actually hiring two new positions that we've never had at this district. One is a public health nurse, and the other one is a nurse health educator. This allows us to start up the clinic, and then we'll actually be doing an outpatient clinic so we can do vaccinations and testing, whether it be polymerase chain reaction. And if successful, we'll go ahead and we'll scale up. So what I want to do is an adaptable and modular plan that we can actually expand. One of the crucial aspects of this is brokering contracts with insurance companies, which we do not currently have. That way we can actually get reimbursement on services such as vaccinations. Until we get to that, what I'm actually doing is doing public and private partnerships. So as I alluded, we have our school-based health grant, so working with Cornell Health Scott and working with the state in order to actually put our resources together to offer these services before we're up and running. So I just signed an agreement with Stop and Shop Pharmacy, so we're able to provide the public with vaccinations on their formulary, and Stop and Shop takes care of all that. So we're meeting the public where they're at. We're actually meeting them at libraries, senior centers, and we'd love to actually set a home at our building. So in short, I think that is a small, sample. I think the last thing that I put here is a production studio, and I'll go very, very quickly. As you can imagine, public health departments rely on outdated periodicals in order to be transparent. I believe in transparency. So what I've done is that I've built a small in-house production studio. This was primarily funded by one of our grants. The grant had us spend a large amount of money to a network. So we worked with NBC and Telemundo and Peacock, and we've been advertising over the past 2 years. But the way that I structured this grant was I wanted them to understand that, yes, I can give a fair bit of money, as you've asked me, to these individuals, but I want to develop infrastructure in our agency. And they approved it. So a subset of that funding actually went in purchasing this equipment. So we have it. So though the grant has ended, we still have the ability to continue this type of production. And that way, what we're developing are small, 30 seconds to 5 minutes. And this is what I'm working with interns and working with my staff to communicate differently. I want to be at the forefront of this and not, be behind periodicals that it may not reach people. So with that, I'm happy to open it up to any questions. So let me stop the presentation.
Thank you, Louis. Louis, I'll just get started. I appreciate the information. That was more than I realized you were engaged in, so it was very helpful from my perspective. Thank you. Obviously, one of the areas that I'd like to just get a little bit more understanding on relates to what you specified. Something of interest to Woodbridge is our wells and septics and our inspections. And I know we've had some challenges along those lines in recent years. So I just wanted, but I also know that it's something that you had indicated, and you mentioned in the beginning of your presentation, as your workforce is expanding, obviously it would put you in a better position. So where are we with that as it stands right now?
So I actually checked in with our chief sanitarian. We actually checked in with Woodbridge Town Clerk to make sure that my information is accurate. We're up to date. There's no one waiting. So I do want to make the distinction that a lack of approval doesn't mean a lack of response.
Understood.
So, a turnaround here, so long as everyone submitted everything that we need, we're looking at 1 to 2 weeks turnaround for approval. As you can see, this becomes very, very complicated, whether it be the leaching fields, the distances between well and septic, getting these grandfather systems up to speed. A lot of engineering plans need to be submitted, and oftentimes we don't get all of the materials that we get ahead of time. So right now, the way that we've been able to keep up and be at a timely response is that we're actually responding 7 days a week. So while my staff work at our normal operating hours, I actually hired 2 additional per diem staff that are coming from 2 other health departments that work with us on the evenings and weekends. And these staff are very, very specialized in well and septic. So these are individuals that work with contractors and installers on the weekend when we're not in operation. So when we come back on Monday, we have all these soil testings and all these things done for us to actually move on the application process. So I hope that answers your question.
It does to a certain extent. Maybe I should put it another way. If you consider where you were 18 months ago or so, 18 months to 2 years ago, it sounds like you're on schedule in terms of the 2 week turnarounds that you're talking about. But at that point in time, I was getting calls from residents indicating that they're waiting. And obviously you responded to us, and I appreciate the fact that you did. But how are we set in terms of what are the differences between then and now? From a resource standpoint, I guess probably would answer my question a little bit more specifically.
Absolutely, yeah. So when you first took office, I think we were in that transition period where our chief sanitarian actually had retired, and then we had 2 additional staff depart. So when you came on, we had 1 sanitarian on staff.
Just my
So
luck.
as you can see, we actually have 4 sanitarian on staff now, plus 2 per diem. So we've solved the workforce, transition there. We've also changed our processes a little bit. So we've triaged the way that we respond to things. Hiring our new chief sanitarian was instrumental in that, and I hired him as a inspector first and foremost, so he can actually work his way up to be a chief. So he knows what he's doing. He knows how to restructure, and I think that's from the moment that you came in to where we are now. That's why we're firing on all cylinders now.
That answers it. Thank you very much. Other questions?
I thought I had heard you mention services about aging in place and that promote that. If so, can you elaborate on what that looks like?
Sure, yeah. Can you actually repeat your question? It broke up there on the
About aging in place, that you provide services that can help residents age in place. I think I heard that in your presentation. And so, if so, what would that look like for a community to take advantage of?
Yeah, so I think what you were referencing is the evidence-based programs like falls prevention and programs like that. So we offer those types of programs that usually require 2 individuals to actually hold those services. So we did hold a falls prevention or a matter of balance in Woodbridge. And what we did is that we intake a class, they sign up at the senior center, and then our staff actually go there and they hold that course. That course is 8 weeks long. It's we meet once a week. And that's usually through our health education planning. So that's what we're building right now. So what I've done is I've restructured from community health into a clinical lens. So while the nurses come in and they're able to provide these point of care services, the actual so they're still responsible with attaining these
We're losing you a little bit.
Nutrition counseling, diabetes, like that.
Not sure if you can hear us, Louis, but you cut out for a moment there, for more than a moment.
Okay.
Hang on a second, they're just checking our,
Sure.
Though that was helpful, I feel I got a sufficient response from that, Louis, so thank you.
our,
Can you hear me now?
our video and our audio seem to be a little choppy right now, so it might take a moment before we get that resolved.
Okay, let me turn off my camera just to,
Perfect. We can hear
not
you fine.
put so much stress on the bandwidth. I think that would help a little bit.
Sounds good. Any other questions? Louis, thank you very much. As I said, this was very helpful. Roy, thank you for your participation in this as well. I'm glad to see where we are and look forward to continuing to work the way we have been in collaboration. So, thank you. Thank you very much,
Absolutely.
Louis.
Thank you, everyone.
Oh, Louis,
and feel
my
free,
la-
if you have any further questions,
One more.
feel free to contact me. I can share my email on the
would
chat.
you be kind enough
I hope
to-
you guys have a wonderful evening.
Louis, before you leave, can you hear me? Louis?
Yep.
Would you be kind enough to forward the presentation? Can you forward that presentation to Allison?
Yes, I already sent her the slides yesterday.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
You too.
All right, Mika, so can I make a motion to add an agenda item, to amend the agenda? To add a discussion with action as appropriate on having a referendum at our annual town meeting on Monday, the 18th.
For a budget.
For the budget, I'm sorry. So that public comment was made quite a bit at our public hearing on the budget. And I thought how well timed that in between the two, that and the town meeting, we have this meeting where we can make action to reflect that we've heard those people, or at least discuss it.
Well, I'll second her motion for amending so we can then discuss.
Discussion.
Thank you.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion?
What is the legal guidance?
Dick, any insight on this?
Well, doesn't,
On the ability to add to the agenda, I mean, obviously you can. I mean,
and we have the ability to vote for a referendum on the annual town meeting for the budget, correct?
But to refer it.
Or-
I think that would be a topic if this motion passes.
Okay.
Yes.
right. We're not in the discussion.
Yes.
We're in the discussion specifically for adding the agenda item.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
My instinct on this is to say this is a big topic, and that a topic like this should be on the agenda in advance, and not one that we would want to
Exactly the way
change during the meeting to then have a discussion to take action. I think if this were on the agenda, people might have come to make public comment about it. Of course, we did hear comment about it, as you noted, but I think this is one where people would note it if it were on the agenda and want to come out to talk about it.
Well, my counter would be is if we discuss it and get some town attorney input on it, we would at least be prepared if we wanted to do something at the town meeting, which is the process, which is you actually could at the town meeting, I don't remember the exact wording of it, but you defer the town meeting to a referendum vote somehow. I don't remember the exact wording, but it's been done in the past.
What's been done?
That there's been a town meeting where in lieu of a vote by the town meeting itself, something is referred to a referendum. In fact, that's how usually what happens is when you go to bonding and you decide to do it by referendum, that's the process. We don't just, you schedule a special town meeting and the statement is we are going to defer the vote to a referendum process. So that would be the I'll let the town attorney articulate it exactly, but my point is this way you would have that information and to consider it for the town meeting on Monday.
I'm with Steve on this one specifically because that's a significant item to not have on the agenda and simply add to the agenda in the middle of the meeting.
I was hoping, well, there wasn't a lot of time between the two meetings. This is our opportunity to discuss. you could have taken the initiative to put it on the agenda after hearing all that public comment and Amy's and I's previous requests or advocacy for a referendum on the budget. So my counter to that is this is our opportunity. I have very frequently asked for agenda items, even with weeks of advance notice, and they don't get added. And so here I am doing it now. This is our opportunity. It's an important, I think, a worthwhile pursuit. The public has expressed interest. We've expressed interest. Why can't we at least talk about it and vote? I feel like I'm helping you as a board member, Mika, because it was a missed opportunity not to have this on the agenda to begin with.
So I'm hearing two things. I'm hearing action as appropriate, like you're looking for us to take action on something this evening, and I'm also hearing we're trying to get information on this process and how to do this at the town meeting. I feel unprepared to take action on anything just hearing about something right now. So I'm hearing two end goals of the discussion. I'm hearing action is appropriate and taking action on something, and I'm also hearing asking for information and discussion. So what is the end goal?
The end goal that is not the first time you're hearing is that I think there should be a referendum on Monday at our town meeting for the budget. This is something Amy and I have been transparent about for, I think, quite some time. And so my motion with action as appropriate is that if after the discussion, the board felt agreement after we've had time and public input to consider this, that maybe we could vote to have a referendum or to refer a vote for the budget on the 18th. Action as appropriate doesn't require action to my understanding, so if we didn't feel inclined to take action and just get more information to, as Amy suggested, provide the opportunity to take such action on Monday, the 18th, then I would be appreciative of that opportunity as well.
I've also had a number of conversations with individuals who don't necessarily agree with the referendum, and I also have made it clear from my perspective that I don't agree with it. I'm not inclined to put it on the agenda from the perspective of it's a in-depth conversation for us to have in terms of evaluating and identifying and taking that action. So from that perspective, I don't feel that we have the time for this in this agenda to appropriately give it the time that it takes and then still get through the rest of our agenda. And I do feel that the reality is you call for the town, you can call for a referendum at the town meeting, as was mentioned earlier, and that would be the appropriate time to do it. Additionally, this is a charter item. The charter is very clear in indicating that we approve the budget via the town meeting. We are currently in charter revision. We have an opportunity now to change that.
Yes.
So I'm not inclined to take
And we
it.
have the opportunity to call for it,
And-
as our charter says. So while I understand,
Do
I
we
just
call
don't think
for
that
it here,
argument
or we
holds
call
up.
for it at the town meeting? I think you.
Well, at the town meeting, but if we wanted to,
There's a couple of different ways to do it, and I think it would be helpful to have at least a discussion so we understand the different ways. I think I will add to myself, one of the reasons I think this is appropriate is because our budget has turned out to be higher than inflation. Even the current monthly number is the tax increase will be higher than the latest.
That's
inflation
misleading,
numbers.
Amy. That's very misleading, because the reality of the situation is that's not true. Our spending has increased less than inflation. Our spending has increased less than 2%.
The tax bill.
The tax rate has gone down because the revenues that are associated with it are
I was saying that for purposes of what the taxpayers' impact will be, it will be higher than inflation. And one of the things that had been discussed at times is that people would have a referendum on the budget only if it was above on an annual basis was above inflation. In this instance, it would, in terms of its impact on
Again,
taxpayers.
the
So
budget
that's
itself,
why I
but the
think
budget is
it
based on
relevant.
the spending, but the budget is based on our spending. The budget is based on our costs. That's what we base the budget on. Obviously, it's impacted by our revenue, This budget is below inflation. It does not fit even your criteria from that perspective because we haven't increased our spending by more than 2%.
Budget impact on the
On the
person is what we're
resident.
saying.
The
That's what I'm
increase
saying.
to
But
me
that's-
as a,
yes,
as a
that's when the
payer is
budget
People will
greater
be
than
paying
But it
inflation.
generally
4%
from,
more.
understood. But again, from a spending perspective, we're under 2%.
Okay, Mika. Amy's point is, as far as this conversation goes, that in previous discussions of referendums and in context of charter revision and outside, it has been conveyed that there wouldn't be a blanket referendum should we pursue that, but maybe designate a threshold if our tax increase goes up, is greater than inflation, and that is what Amy is saying.
We're having the discussion in regards to the actual item you want to discuss. Right now, right now, we are voting as to whether or not we want to add something to our agenda. Do you have anything more to say on that?
I think
Is there
you
any
would
other, go
be
on.
doing your constituents good service if you accepted this.
Appreciate it. Anything?
I think this belongs in charter revision,
I think
this
it-
further
it's allowed in
discussion,
both.
but.
It belongs in both places.
Is there any other discussion? I'll call for a vote. All in favor? All opposed? Thank you.
If I could, I'd also like to make a motion that we should have a discussion of the role of the Board of Selectmen separate from CUPOP on this issue of the ball lights. I think our issue here is we need to hear from our town council as to what is the significance of the minutes in 1990s. There was mention in public comment about how there were certain steps that were supposed to be taken prior to the ball lights being put in place. I'd like to have an explanation of that. I think that's independent of whether CUPOP thinks it's a good idea now. The question for us as the Board of Selectmen is what's our obligation to what the Board of Selectmen did in the 1990s? And I'd like to go ahead and have a briefing on that.
So are you moving to
That's
add
my
that
motion
to the
is to
agenda?
add that to the agenda.
To tonight's agenda?
Yes. If our town council proves to not be ready to do that, I'd like to be sure that that's on our June agenda, because I think it's a separate question.
Well, maybe we can ask in the.
Yeah.
My sense is that it is something that,
And I'm doing it
we've been
publicly, so
waiting-
there's just no question that we're
we've been
asking for
waiting-
this on the agenda.
there's been a lot of discussion on this. I understand that. There've been different people who have approached me. I understand that. There's also been, Nick, I don't know if you've been consulted on this already or not.
I haven't.
So,
Okay.
so my sense is, again, we have a full agenda. I can assure you I will put it on the June agenda because it's come up in public comment at this point in time.
I appreciate it.
So
Thank you.
it will be on the June agenda for us to have a discussion. In the meantime, we can get you some of the information that I think will be pertinent, so you're in a position to help us make
I
a
appreciate
determination
that.
as to what's going on.
Because I just
So-
don't want to wait till CUPOP makes a recommendation. I
Understand.
don't think that's a topic, and I appreciate that. On that basis, I will remove my motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it is important that we have that clarification.
Yes.
Before we're asked to take action on anything.
Yeah, I think it's Board of Selectmen to Board of Selectmen, past and present is the issue. So,
And reviewing the documentation.
okay, good, thank you.
Next item on our agenda is our Administrative Officer and Director of Finance report. Tony?
Thank you. I have a report through April of 2026. Our year-end surplus is, budget surplus that is just under $400,000. Due to our allocation for fund balance, this will decrease our fund balance a little over $400,000 at the end of the year. Still at a healthy 15.4% of our annual expenditures in accordance with our fund balance policy. There are two revenue items this month that were received that were somewhat unknown as last month, and so I want to bring those to your attention. The first is a large back tax surplus was paid, back tax was paid, which creates a surplus in taxes. So that was one. We weren't sure we were going to get that paid by the end of the fiscal year, and we were. The second item is we received $163,000 in building permit revenue for a solar farm that's proposed off of Racebrook Road. So that was a significant amount of building permit revenue that, again, we weren't sure we were going to receive in this fiscal year, and so therefore those two items are the major two items for
Is
this
that on
month.
the golf course?
The former golf course, yeah.
Yeah, can I just ask, was 175,000 due this year, or was it due in prior years, the taxes
So,
that were paid?
it's less than 175, that's cumulative, but
Okay.
the amount we received was from prior years.
Okay.
A good
Back
portion,
taxes,
yeah,
yeah.
a good portion of it was from prior years.
Okay, thank you.
That Pat did a great
Pat
job.
Crisco continues to outdo all her peers.
She does.
Thank you.
She puts a personal touch on the collection of back taxes, which is very helpful in this community.
She does. She's outstanding.
Yeah. The other items are similar to last month, and that is the surplus in intergovernmental revenues, mostly related to additional town aid road funding and estimated excess cost grant funding. On our expenditures, there's similar information here. Legal fees, the Board of Selectmen are trending higher than budget, and we should have a better accounting of that next month for possibly some funding request. Our police shortfall has gone down a bit and is currently estimated at about $260,000, and we plan to cover that shortfall. That was a result of the adjusted wages from the contract, which was back to 2023. Waste Management has a surplus of $75,000 due to less than anticipated tonnage in MSW mostly, but a little bit in demo and recycling. The Human Services has a surplus mainly due to staffing turnover in that department. Although as they try to fill that staff, they do have a surplus anticipated in that department, as they've had a number of retirements. And benefits have a surplus of $50,000 approximately by the end of the year. And finally, Amity has a surplus, was originally $305,000, and the current amount in the budget is roughly $260,000. So it's roughly the same as the deficit in the police department. So there's a logical funding source there.
Who's on our screen? I'm sorry.
That's
This is a gentleman associated
Amity.
with the next item, next item on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask a question? I noticed you say at the beginning that our fund balance is now at 15.4% of annual expenses. I was wondering whether it would be prudent for us to put some of that fund balance towards our paving of roads. I know we've put our budget at bonding for roads this year, but any bonding will not occur in this year in terms of actual paving. So if we could put a few $100,000 towards paving this year with that fund balance and restore our cadence, which we've had of using operating dollars, budget dollars towards paving, I think it would be prudent rather than waiting for bonding at some point in the future, which would inevitably, I think at this point, be the next paving cycle. We would lose an opportunity to do much
It would be
road
in the
this
next funding year, and therefore.
yeah, so we mean we do very little paving this year.
Mhm.
And my somewhat outdated recollection is it's a lot cheaper to put, I can't remember the title, but you do an overlay,
Overlay, right,
as
as opposed to
opposed to
reclamation,
do starting a road over.
Mhm.
And if you let a road go too far without work, you have to do the 4-inch version versus the 1-inch version. So it might be prudent from two perspectives to use some money.
The comment I can make is that to transfer from fund balance $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 wouldn't move the needle that much in terms of the percent, and was, I think, perfectly an acceptable thing to do to avoid a future borrowing in that case. I think if you were going to ask me $2 million, I would say no way. But for a few $100,000, I don't see how it would really be draw too much attention. I think when it comes to your fund balance, the items that draw attention are, first, you should have a policy. You should try to be roughly within that policy. This percentage will go down a little because next year the budget will increase, but generally we'll be within our policy. Secondly, what creates a lot of attention is when you consistently and routinely draw down on your fund balance for operational purposes because you're not taxing enough to support your services.
Mm-hmm.
That's on a consistent basis. That's generally what would draw attention. to our fund balance. So for a little bit, for a capital need, I don't think would be a major issue.
So what I'd like to actually
board-
suggest, I know you would want to think about this, but perhaps since we are meeting for the annual town meeting, we could have a special Board of Selectmen meeting after you all have come up with a recommendation, potentially, and then there would be the Board of Finance meeting, which would be.
The Board of Finance has brought this up.
Okay.
And they brought it up in a slightly different way, though. It was, the suggestion made was to borrow, rather than bonding for the money, we just take it out of our fund balance. But the interest rates are such that.
Right, so currently the borrowing is.
I'm not proposing borrowing from ourselves. I'm just proposing taking.
Right, so the thing that was brought up at the Board of Finance was currently our interest rates and our investments are maybe 3.6 to 4%, and borrowing is 3.25%. So that's now. I mean, I'm not sure how that could change, but that was the topic that was discussed.
But the reason to do what you're suggesting, because that alone would say that if we're taking even 500,000, if we're making 3 plus on that, the reason to do it is the timing, just to get something
That's what I'm
done.
saying. So we're doing something this summer.
Well,
Plus,
along
the other
those
comment I
lines.
want to make is those numbers could easily flip.
Correct, just depending on what happens with the economy, correct.
Right. I mean,
Correct.
you could easily in 6 months be in the opposite position.
What I'll say is that the work we're doing with SCROG as relates to the paving technology, which probably be done in within the next month or so, will probably provide us the information to tell us how bad of a situation we're in. So what I would like to do is get that information, and if it's bad, and I think it will be, to be quite honest, I have no issue with what you're suggesting. I think it's a fine idea, except that I've always been very reluctant, as Tony said, to take money out of fund balance for operations, where we don't, unless we need to. But my sense is that we'll have data to support making a decision along those lines. So
And June would still be timely to be able to put the money toward this summer.
Yes. Yeah, well, the other comment I'd like to make is it would be helpful for us to have a public works director who would oversee the paving project.
But we may not in this summer.
No,
Well,
they actually
we could
do
in
it.
the fall.
They usually do it.
Yeah,
We usually do it
the
in the
asphalt
August,
is available
September
till
timeframe.
December,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, that's when the plants close down. But, so, let me be clear. It's not like I'm trying to rob Peter to pay Paul.
I understand.
think in this instance, we have presented to us a fund balance which is over 15%. It may fall slightly lower, but the point is that it's a high, and so it's a question of how much do you save money versus using it so you avoid borrowing it.
There are
And
other
the
items
timing
that.
here is important because the roads are degrading, and the more they degrade, the astronomically more, 4 times more expensive, roughly, it is to start over with a road as
Right.
opposed to paving it over.
It also becomes just a, this
4
isn't an
inches of
agenda item, I'm
asphalt
sorry.
versus 1.
Well, this is actually, we're on the finance, okay. So just want to make sure we're staying within the confines of what we have on the
No, I
agenda
was
here.
reacting
But
to what you
yes,
said,
thank you.
so I appreciate
But the other consideration is that there are other items that are also quote-unquote critical that we could consider, for example, the energy systems that we have in our different buildings that are either failing or close to failing, and things of that nature. So it's like, what do we take the money out for, and how much do we take? We have got a gazebo that desperately needs some work. And it's not a big ticket item. It's not a big ticket item. Should we consider doing the same so that we have the money to be able to care for something like that?
As I said, the issue is that when it comes to roads,
I understand. Same thing with
you
the
pay a heck of a lot
energy
more
systems.
if you don't take care of them. And that's why I raised it.
So I think it's worthwhile, Amy, and we will do just exactly what you suggest. We'll kind of mull it over and determine what the numbers are and see what we can do. But I think we'll have some data, which is what I'm excited about, so that we can make a decision that's based on the data we have.
Thank you. So do we have funding requests?
Yes.
The apologies to the gentleman from Amity, we still have them.
Go ahead, Tony.
Okay. The first is line item transfer 2526-28. That's the amount of $10,980, and that's for the transcript that had to be completed for the 804 Fountain Street application by Town Plan and Zoning Commission.
I'll make the motion to approve the line item transfer 2526-28 for $10,980.
Second?
I'm sorry, I just lost my screen. What was it?
This
This is the transcripts for the appeals.
Yes, okay, yes, got it.
And this is moving from general professional services to the court stenographer.
Correct, yeah.
Yep, okay, was there a second?
There is a second.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries.
The second is line item transfer 2526-29 for $1,500. And this is within the police department to fund pre-employment exams for 4 new hires this fiscal year.
I'll make the motion to approve the line item transfer 2526-29 for $1,500.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries.
The next is a funding request, number 2526-30. And this is for $32,000 to fund shortages in several natural gas accounts. We've discussed this at a few of our meetings. The general administration, which is this building, for $7,000. The fire department is in 2 parts, part from contingency, which is what this is, and then the next one is from within their budget. And library at $7,000.
I'll make the motion to approve the funding request number 2526-30 for $32,000.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries.
The the next is line item transfer number 2526-31, $15,000. This is to fund shortages in natural gas for the fire department. This is a line item transfer within the fire department.
I'll make the motion to approve line item transfer 2526-31 for $15,000.
Second.
Andrew, you got it.
Anybody?
That's fine.
It's like Jeopardy.
Any-
But not in the form of a question.
Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries.
The last is funding request 2526-32. This is another item that you've heard about at several meetings, and this is due to issues with the fire repair and fire apparatus in the fire department. Chief Rowland has provided a memo for additional details, and he's had a number of challenging repairs this year, including hydraulic leaks, pump failures, and several pieces of equipment. And so this is to fund additional expenditures in that line item.
I'll make the motion to approve funding request number 2526-32 for $49,800.
Second.
I do have a question here. I just was surprised by the replacement of batteries. That seemed to me not as something you would not anticipate.
Right, he was hoping to get another year out of them,
I see.
and they failed prematurely. He was
Okay.
going to replace them in next year's budget.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Because I thought I saw something about batteries in next year's budget. So
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anything else? All in favor? Motion carries.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Tony. Next item on the agenda is our Amity Room 16 use, and we have here with us Thomas Bryant, correct?
Correct.
How are you, Thomas? Thank you for taking some time with us. The agreement that was presented by Amity was in our packet. So what we wanted to do is have Thomas explain a little bit more about the program. And also, Thomas, there was some public comment made today in regards to this, so we may have some additional questions for you as well. So do you want to,
Okay.
Tony, I know you and Thomas have reviewed this. Do you want to?
Sure. So I just want to introduce this by saying that Tom reached out to, we had been discussing the possibility of the Transition Academy in the center of town several years back. At that time was the former firehouse, right? And it didn't work out for a number of reasons. And so a few months back, Tom reached out and was looking to see if we had any space within town that can house the academy. And so we went over a few options, and room 16 was the one that seemed to work best for them and for us. So Tom, why don't you continue?
Sure thing. So our Amity Transition Academy is designed for students 18 through the ages of 22 who require special education services past what would be known as graduation. Currently, we have 2 locations, one at Albertus Magnus College and a second at the University of New Haven Orange campus. Starting next year, the University of New Haven Orange campus will no longer be available to us. That building is currently for sale, and there's several different groups who are at various different stages with the town of Orange and that building and purchasing it. While looking at new spaces to potentially consider, we've always gone back and forth, as Tony shared, about possibly bringing those students back within the community. While Orange is definitely within our community, it's a little bit farther away from what we'd call the hub, which is, district offices and the high school. So we started looking at locations that would be able to house the Transition Academy. So what we're anticipating for next year is somewhere right around 8 students. At the max between the 2 programs, they fluctuate between 8 to 12 students, just depending on needs, but we do have those 2 locations. The room 16 would be what we'd call the home base for the students. They would start each morning there right around 8 a.m., and then they'd go out to their various different job sites. We have students working with adult support at PEZ, CBS, previously the Christmas tree shops, different locations like that throughout the community. They also work at Wolfgang Puck in Fairfield, which is a dog treat store that employs students and adults with disabilities. The focus of the program is to support students with their vocational needs and continuing to access their community resources. So we do everything from vocational training to what we call travel training to just general safety training. So one of the benefits of that location is we could teach them all and reinforce the skills about safely crossing crosswalks, busy streets. We know with the great support from the town, we got the crosswalk finished from essentially the high school district office over to the center of town, helping them navigate some of those things. And as Tony and I talked about, I like to see this as a two-way street. With our partnerships with Albertus and UNH in the past, our students have also been able to provide work to those. So as an example, our students at Albertus Magnus do custodial tasks for the university. They work at the Starbucks, there's a Starbucks and a food service court. We know there are plans, hopefully in the works for when I believe it's the community center, cultural center is, finished and open, that there might be a small coffee shop in there offering some availability. Certainly our students with adult support would be able to, support that business in whatever it may look like. These students in terms of profile are traditional students with intellectual disabilities, somewhere on the autism spectrum. It is a very adult-heavy program, so it comes with 2 certified special education teachers, along with 2 additional para-educators to support those 8 students. So essentially 1 to 2 staffing. These are students who are who can be successful in what we call the community setting. So their behaviors, while they have behaviors that may not be typical of all students, they're certainly able to maintain in the community setting, as evidenced by the fact that they're functioning at Albertus and the University of New Haven Orange campus. And certainly we look to ensure that when we're placing students within these programs, they are appropriate for that. They would receive bus transportation through one of our local owner-operators to and from the center building each day, with the drop-off, as I said, around 8 and the pickup around 2. And the program would run for the 10 months during the school year, with the potential, if the agreement's made, with a potential summer month of July, not this July, but July 2027, just depending on, the needs and what the location looks like. The district would furnish the room, everything from desks to teacher desks. We've made some budget transfers on our side to make sure we have those funds allocated for those. We would also use our technology support department to work directly with your technology providers to handle access for internet services. Additionally, we would provide either the Promethean board, smart board, large TV for any of those instructional needs. I think that's probably a good stopping point or starting point, and then to go from.
Very helpful. Tom, if you could, just a couple of logistical, you mentioned that they're bused, the students are bused. Just in terms of the staff, are they there for the entire day, or do they go with the students when the students go out as well? And also in terms of the space in the furniture or whatever it might be, is it contained only within the room? Or is there activities that take place out of the room, but like in the space?
So anything we have would be designed to be contained within the room. One of the benefits of this location is it would allow us to provide storage back at the high school and or district office if they had stuff like that. The staff would, when the students are out, the staff are out. since they're at supported job employment sites. So it's often, we'll break students into small groups, 2 to 3 students. They might go to 2 or 3 different job sites at different times. So it's, students in and out in small groups, all starting there together at 8 a.m. and then kind of going to their job sites. And then traditionally all coming back at the end of the day. Sometimes we do end our days at our job sites or potentially at Albertus, depending on just how the schedule works out with the different employers and their needs from an employment matter.
And are the staff transporting the students to their work locations?
No, so all of our transportation is provided mostly by B&B.
Got it.
So just to piggyback off that, does that mean 8 student vehicles plus 8 to 12 student vehicles plus up to 2 adults per student? Vehicles would be parked all day?
No, the students are coming in buses.
They're coming in buses? I thought they were meeting there and leaving in buses.
No, so the majority of these students don't have driver's license, but even if they did, they all are transported to and from school on buses. So the only vehicles would be up to 4 staff vehicles, and again, given the location, if there's concerns about parking, the high school is readily accessible, and I've timed it from my office. It's about a 9-minute walk, I do believe.
But they would be there 8 in the morning, and then they wouldn't necessarily stay during the day. They're supporting the students, but then they would be back to see the students off at 2. So those vehicles would be there all day long, necessarily just at those 2 touch points with the, okay.
Correct.
Or could park in Amity and walk.
Or either, yeah.
Is the building sufficient in terms of ADA compliance for your students' needs?
Yeah, so we did look at that, and I was able to tour the space twice with Tony. The teachers have seen the space. We have no concerns about getting our students in and out of it. One of the things with the universities, on good, bad, or indifferently, one of the elevators has been broken at University of New Haven for a little bit. None of our students who are currently in the program require any wheelchair access or any modified steps or ramps at this time. So we have no concerns in terms of ADA access into room 16.
The way, Mika, the way that this is presented to us for use of that room, and that, may have been the best spot right now, but when the community and cultural center opens, is there flexibility that, let's say, there might be a room there that the program could shift if for some reason it's not working out in room 16?
From our perspective, certainly it's something that we would consider, but I think it's as much a question for Tom in terms of any kind of a shift at some point in time. From our perspective, there's flexibility.
There's flexibility.
There's flexibility.
Right. And as far as like a bus stop, I mean, it's still just around the corner as opposed to there, so it wouldn't change a transportation pattern.
Right, and all of our students, and I forgot to add, all of our students, B&B uses their smaller buses to drive them, so it's easier. They don't take up a lot of space. We just find that easier for navigating to begin with, tiny parking lots, when they're going to their job sites and all of that. So, regardless, when Tony and I first started talking about this years ago, and even now, it's all based on flexibility.
Okay.
That's why always, we used a very general contract that we had in place with the University of New Haven, but it's always based on we take it one year at a time, knowing things change, locations change, stuff can just change. Knowing that, if the community center, becomes a better location and offers something more flexibility and it works on both ends, then that's an easier switch for us.
And it would always be a collaborative conversation.
Correct.
I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything in the contract that would preclude that collaborative conversation in the future. Okay.
So
Thank you.
I have a few questions also, if I could. I'll go through it in order of the contract. So in paragraph 8, it talks about the town having an opportunity for work or volunteer opportunities for your students. That's not a commitment on the part of the town, is it? It's just leaving that potential open? Is that as I heard it?
Correct.
Okay, and then...
Yeah, it's just saying that's a two-way street.
Okay, but we don't have to, as part of this contract, we don't have to provide an opportunity. It's just if we come up with one, we could offer it. Okay. And then in paragraph 14, This is a minor thing, but the title includes security service, but there's nothing in the text. So are we supposed to be providing security services? You might just delete the reference to security services in the text.
Yeah, so that might have been, in honesty, a carryover from the UNH contract, in all honesty, since their campus had security. That's not a requirement on our
Okay,
end.
so you're not expecting any security services from us? Okay. I would think it'd be easiest just to delete it, although paragraph 28 says captions don't control, but in this instance, I would just get rid of it. Paragraph 24, it says that Amity has a right to assign or sublet without the town's consent. That is a concern for me. That may have been something that was left over from your other contract, but I don't see any reason why we would allow, or Amity would want to have the authority to assign or sublet the space without the town's consent. So that provision, I think, needs to be eliminated. And then in addition to that, I have a question for really Tony. How do we determine the amount of rent?
So,
What was appropriate?
right, so we're still sort of in discussion with that. This is really to present the concept, to see if you're even interested in the concept. We're not looking for approval tonight. And we're still waiting for a final review of the contract by our town attorney, our attorney's firm. They haven't finalized it yet either, so this was just mainly to discuss the concept, to see if you're even interested.
So.
Just out of curiosity, I'm sorry, Amy.
Go ahead.
Just out of curiosity, the sublet that Amy just mentioned, is that a deal breaker, Tom?
No, that was just in there because sometimes we work with third-party providers who we, as a district, count as outside contractors who then work within the program. That's not a deal breaker at all. So like when we were at the University of New Haven, they wanted that language in there because occasionally Albertus Magnus staff would be supporting the students at University of New Haven, and they're neither Amity staff nor Albertus Magnus or University of New Haven, but that language is not needed from the districts, from my point of view.
So just eliminate it, yeah, okay. And there are a couple of Scrivener errors type things in there, which presumably are referring to the statutes as opposed to statutes of the state of Connecticut. And the town is referred to as TOW, TOW. So, but I'm sure we'll catch those in preparing the final. Forgive me, but I was a corporate lawyer, so I noticed these things.
So I think this has good potential and is worth maybe discussing and pursuing more, though I do think it's more than appropriate and reasonable to get input from human services and others that interact and oversee the buildings and its operations. I think that would be the most earnest approach.
My only question is that room 16 has been available for people for evenings. I assume that the Amity, with it having its updated equipment in there, might not want to have it accessible to others. So is the presumption that we will now have the community center for space?
Yes,
That's exactly.
that's the presumption,
The
correct.
timing is appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
That was one of my questions, and Tony, thank you. You answered a number of my questions in your presentation. My other question for you, Tony, is the revenue factor. How does this compare to the revenue that we were receiving from the Child
Center was about $60,000 a year. They had 4 rooms and the courtyard. So this would be 1 room. So we could sort of look at that accordingly.
And
it would be pretty close.
But
And
they were
it's
there like
safe,
10 hours a
asbestos-wise?
day.
That was my next question. So
That was my first question,
that was
honestly.
revenue.
Like, is it okay for, like,
We have not been given any indication that any of these spaces are problematic.
You had a full review of the
We
building.
had the full complete
Multiple.
so,
review. And a hazard mitigation plan, and we've done remediation in the
Okay.
building.
Well, yes, that was my question. I wondered about, because it had been brought up, the ADA accessibility factor, and then making sure that we're comfortable that everything is safe for full-time use of this type of program going forward.
because I thought I heard a public comment at our hearing that the rooms weren't used for indoor space for Earth Day. The hallways were, but not the rooms. That was made at that comment was made at our budget hearing. and connected it to the issues with the daycare?
That might have been at the time that there was an issue there, but.
Not this
since-
so we were able to use those rooms this Earth Day?
Yeah.
There were vendors and
All over the
tables.
place,
Yeah,
in the hallways and
rooms.
in the rooms.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that they were, the only rooms that weren't used, obviously, are the offices that are there for
Yeah.
human services.
Okay.
Tom, any other questions? Tom, thank you. This was very helpful for us. It did answer a lot of the questions that I think some folks had. We're going to follow up. We're waiting for our attorney just to get back to us, and we'll make some changes based on our discussion now. And
Engage human services,
and
maybe?
yes, and we've got some other things to do. So, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good rest
you
of your
have
meeting.
Anything for us just before you leave?
No, this has been perfect. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask that we take a recess before our next agenda? item?
Sure, it's about that time. Sounds good. How about, try to get back at 8 o'clock?
Sure.
Thank you. And set? Back to order. Our next item on the agenda is a Personnel Committee update. And Andrea, would you like to take that?
Sure, thanks. So interim Public Works Director, well, I guess we met recently and we have 2 items to discuss and bring back to you all for your consideration. Stick with me as I'm just navigating to the minutes here. Let's see. I guess the Public Works Director was discussed on April 21st. No.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
The second
Okay,
item.
to award Adam Parsons. All right, so as you all know, Warren retired early this year. And we voted on the Personnel Committee on the 21st of April to recommend to you that Adam Parsons, who's the Deputy Director, or serving as the Interim Director, receive an increase of $4 an hour, dating back to January 1.
It's actually January 31.
31?
That's an error in the minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
He didn't retire till the end.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Good point. To serve as the Public Works Director until he no longer has to.
And he's serving as sort of interim, and he does some of the duties, not all of the duties that Warren did. So therefore, that's why the amount is not the difference between the two.
Yes, it's less than.
It's less than,
Yes.
right?
So it's less money than Warren.
Correct.
But Warren also has been here for a long time.
Yeah.
So how you would do a lump sum pay for the,
We'll just retroactively pay it to catch him up, and then moving forward until a position is filled.
and that would that include overtime?
Yes, it has to. Yeah.
Do we need a motion to approve the,
Yes.
well, I'll make the motion then to approve that we accept the recommendation as Adam Parsons serving as the interim director of the Public Works Department with the effective increase retroactive to January 31st, 2026.
Is it January 31st or February 1?
Or is it?
It's actually the 31st.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to
Second.
check.
Can I do that even
Yes,
though I'm
yeah.
personnel?
Any additional discussion? All in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you, Adam.
Yes, thank you, Adam.
Yes. Thank you, Adam. Right.
All right, second on the agenda for personnel, on May 4th, we reconvened and had a discussion about the recruitment for the Community Communications and Program Coordinator new position under the Town Hall reorg. This was posted internally for a few weeks with 2 interviewed applicants. And after, I think, a fairly in-depth conversation, the Personnel Committee voted unanimously to recommend to you all to hire Allison Valsamis, one of the 2 candidates, to fill this position with a salary of $72,750 effective June 1st of 2026. Should note that should the board move forward with this recommendation, Allison would kind of be doing 2 jobs at the beginning of her of this transition. So she wouldn't be taking on all the duties associated with this new position immediately. That's the expectation, right?
I will also add that in addition to that expectation, it's also the expectation that we would increase resources on a either per diem or temporary basis with resources that might be able to provide administrative support.
Before
so
her role is filled.
Before her role gets filled, exactly.
So is she going to be paid for doing 2 jobs?
No.
She's doing 1 job. There will be some overlap in terms of either training or assistance, but we will be getting a temporary resource in to cover for the administrative piece of what she otherwise would be doing, so as to enable us to not lose too much efficiency in terms of the town. But she will, as of June 1st, her job will be the community communications and program coordinator.
And how is this salary amount arrived at? How is it, was there an analysis of other positions in town in order to arrive at this
So
number?
there was, yes.
Just a quick point of order. Do we have to make a motion first?
That would be a good thought. Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I can make the motion, if that's okay. Yeah. Okay, I can make the motion to move forward with hiring Allison Valsamis to accept the Personnel Committee's recommendation to hire Allison to the position of Community Communications and Program Director effective June 1st, 2026, with a salary of $72,750.
Second.
Okay, so then my question is, how was this salary arrived at? And also, is it a union position? Is it subject to overtime? All those kind of questions. And what are the benefits associated with it? So I understand the total cost we're talking about for this new position.
So it is not a union position.
Okay,
It is not subject to overtime,
okay, because it's salaried.
right?
Okay,
And it's a standard benefit package that would be available to any other employee.
understood, but what is the ratio currently?
It depends on the health coverage.
Okay,
So in this particular case, it's very minimal because she doesn't take our health care.
okay,
And
Traditionally,
the
as
how
far
the
as
salary,
The salary was compared to others who are others in town hall and other positions in the town, in terms of clerical staff and functionality that they're performing and what rates they were at and how this measured up against it.
and also, I think in our committee meeting, we discussed that based on her current this included the cost of living increase, right? That was effective.
What
It
we
was
did is
some-
we
it was-
considered either providing an increase, and then, because it's starting in June 1st, and our fiscal year ends in June
June
30th.
yeah.
Next year, there's generally raises given at 2.5%. So whether to include that in this or to include, or to let it maintain, I'll be honest with you, Tony, I just don't remember which way we did that, but that was a consideration, so that's inclusive of that.
Yes.
That's correct.
so
You
wait,
That's what we did.
so the position comes with a 2.5% increase on the current number, or this position
is-
will not get an increase?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, so
That's
this is a
it.
13 month salary?
Right,
Right.
correct.
Okay,
Yes.
That's
and,
correct.
We'd also discussed, like we have on a broader picture of implementing some accountability measures like performance appraisals, but this being an unprecedented position, having, I think, quarterly is what we discussed in the meeting, but subject to change, but like routine touch points with Allison, or the hire about the job, how it's going, how time is being allocated, if it aligns with what we expected. And so, we can get a good grasp on things and as it's so new. And we also talked about the cultural center, and a primary kind of component of this job is to find ways to fundraise or sustain that center financially. And we discussed, if Allison in her interview at least expressed some ideas about that. And she seemed
And it's
open
part
to
of the job
exploration.
description. And it's part of the job
Yeah, and exploring the potential of a nonprofit or something. Like
so
a
that
Friends of.
includes innovating to the point where the job no longer exists.
Which job no longer exists?
The job of, at least for the community center coordinator, because
A
we
function,
would, the
in other
function,
words.
yeah, the function no longer exists because a
Job is-
nonprofit would be.
Potentially.
The job is significantly broader than just that.
I
So,
understand
yeah,
that, but I
so-
understand the function of community center coordinator wouldn't she is charged in this position to look at the possibility of basically zeroing out that function.
Well, and I
Lauren,
think-
I'm sorry. I know it's part of the, if you wanted to say.
No, I think the only thing that we talked about as far as the check-ins was that would also shift to the administrator.
Yes.
So
Thank you.
that would be an expectation of whoever's being hired for that position
Mhm.
too, that they would check in and look at
So it would be
progress in a new
okay.
role.
And actually, that's exactly what I was gonna point out that that would shift from a personnel standpoint, but from the standpoint of getting the programming off the ground and getting us to a point where this is a self-sustaining department in town, I do think an initial investment of someone who's there, who's running it, and who is dedicating their time to finding ways to do that, is incredibly important.
Or part of their time.
Yeah, well, right, because communications is also part of it as well. But I also think, setting clear goals, from the Board of Selectmen about programming and finances is gonna be important as we go through. So I think from a personnel standpoint, that's gonna turn over to the administrative officer, but insofar as, sort of the business of running that, quarterly check-ins with us and, goals and expectations and, I think those types of check-ins will be helpful for the board so we can see what direction that's going in. My concern is not with this position or the person filling it. My concern is that forward-facing to the community, so town hall continues to work for the community and continues to get communications out, the clerking of the board, we can continue our work. The budget and the process for getting some kind of temporary help in to help us administratively so we can continue our work.
Tony has been looking into that, and
Mhm.
we're going to aggressively go after that because it's something we're going to need sooner rather than later. We're also prepared to, after this is done, to put out the job description and to float the job for executive assistant,
Okay, full-time.
full-time.
For that, okay.
And would that be at the same salary as previously held?
Probably not best to discuss that, but not likely.
Okay,
Right.
good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I would just like to know for the record, I'm gonna vote against this, and it's not as to the person, it's as to the position. I still am opposed to going forward with this. I think you create you create an inertia that's hard to overcome. And so I do not think that we should have anybody staffing the community center. On that basis, I'll vote no.
Again, it's not just for the community center.
Yes, but I have some serious questions about the entire reorg and where we're gonna end up in dollar-wise, and we're doing it in bits and pieces, and I'm concerned about the end result, so that is a factor for me as well. I think we should be doing everything we can to reduce expenses in this town if we're going to doing even some of the bonding that we're talking about contemplating. In our 6-year capital plan. So I think that we need to be very careful.
And what I will say is that I think it's important that you have the resources that would enable you to do the things in town that would help us with overcoming that particular situation. And without those resources, you just maintain yourself in the situation and in a scenario that exists. If we don't have the time for the resources to do what's required to generate more dollars, to do more in the business district, to do things of that nature, then you're not going to get what you need.
That's why I'm all in favor of a part-time economic development director.
Which is coming,
I'm just against
which is
this.
coming soon. So thank you. Anything else? Okay, call for vote, all in favor? All opposed?
I did make the motion.
No, it's quite all right. I think Allison will do a terrific job. It's not about Allison. It's about
Appreciate it.
expanding government.
Next item on the agenda is an executive search, the executive search update. There was information contained within your packet on that. Nick, Randy was not, we don't have her online, correct?
Oh, what? I'm sorry.
Randy Frank.
Randy Frank, our
No.
okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I know that we were gonna try to see if she can get it. She had a conflict, I know.
Oh,
But,
okay.
but I just wanted to make sure that nothing changed.
I would, no.
So just wanted to make sure that everyone had the update there. Things are progressing. I communicated with her again today. She said we had even more applications were put in. However, she looked those through and none of them, we're still at about eight candidates right now.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Which is very good.
Yeah.
She feels that it's very, very good. And she feels that there are some, once the questionnaire goes out, there's some other information we may still get more. And she'll keep us updated, but it's progressing rather nicely and as quickly as we had hoped it would. So,
I had a family matter this past week, but the questionnaire for which we were invited to offer comments,
Yes.
is that still open, or when is the deadline for giving her?
Today, but
Yeah.
it was, if you have something that you see on it, I'm sure she's not sent it out to everyone, so.
I haven't looked at it, I've been triaging, but I will,
We
I
did
can
get
try
some
to-
input, Andrea offered some input in terms of some of the input, so, and that was sent over to her. I also gave her some input. So it's along the lines of, the questions I thought were pretty cut and dried in terms of what she was looking, the information she was looking for, but a little bit in the beginning, that type of thing there, she'll likely adjust, so.
Okay, well, I'll take a pass then, but just understand, I'm sorry, I'm not able to do everything at once.
Understood. Any questions on that I might answer to anybody? All right, next item on our.
I'm sorry, is it closed now, the application
No.
process? Okay.
She's still,
It's through this week, I think.
Through
if
this
I
week?
remember.
And I did understand, what I was a little confused about was, what is the process for interviewing the candidates? Because I got the impression that there was gonna be like 2 semifinalists that would come before the full Board of Selectmen, but before that, who's winnowing the candidates down?
She will give us, the board will be presented with each cut, if you will. So if she gets 8, she wants to winnow it down to 4.
So
That the
she'll,
board will be
without
presented.
engaging the personnel committee?
Without necessarily engaging the personnel committee, correct. She's still waiting to see what she gets, and she's very flexible in terms of what we're looking for her to do, but the board will be able to weigh in on the final candidates.
But
The
will
final
we
of
interview
how many?
4, or, yeah.
That remains to be seen. It really depends on who they are and what she feels like. If she's got 4 great candidates, she's gonna want us to see all of them. So.
Well, I think just in our interest, it might be helpful if the personnel committee could at least review the packets of all 8.
Certainly not an issue.
I think that would be appropriate, just in case there's,
It may be in her
She-
plan, and
yeah.
I'm not positive.
But-
Or she could just at least share how she arrived at
yeah,
the
I mean,
candidates
some
that are
kind
coming
of,
forward.
yeah,
I think that's fine.
process.
We can make
I
time to
agree.
do that.
Sounds good.
And I think that's also appropriate for the candidates, because ultimately it's a hire by the selectmen, it's not a hire by Randy Frank, so that they will have had it known that they will have had at least some interaction in their processy with members of the Board of Selectmen, whether it's a formal interview or just a packet review.
I think that's a good idea.
I will definitely communicate that,
Thank you.
or we will. All right, next item on the agenda is the strategic plan committee.
Wait, sorry, what about town hall?
Oh,
or-
reorg.
Yeah, and, I mean, I don't know if we were gonna talk more about the grant, that it's only 2 years instead of 3 in this agenda item, and what impact that has,
We
or?
can, we can. It's,
I'm sorry to hear
The
that.
only impact it has is, as far as town hall is concerned, it's progressing as we're changing. We've gotten the grant, we're in the process of hiring the admin officer. We've now selected a person for the communications job. And we need to now hire someone for the executive assistant position. So that's moving along in that regard.
Do we need a new job description of that executive assistant position? Is that something that?
No, I don't think we need a new one. What we wanted to do, one of the things we wanted to see if this individual could do is clerk beyond the Board of Selectmen. So we may add something along those lines. I'm trying to see what we can do to provide some additional support to our land use office with existing resources initially, to see if that's gonna do it. And if not, then we'll have to work and look at something else. But, so that's the one thing we discussed in terms of potentially adding to the job description.
When we had QVHD on, they noted, having some per diem staff who do evening and weekend things. I know it's something that's come up in the past of ways to fill in, and it seems like that could be something that we could explore to fill in some of those gaps, because maybe the executive assistant or the new executive assistant may or may not be able to do beyond clerking beyond the Board of Selectmen meeting, that I think seems like there's a heavy workload already, and with some transitions, it might be prudent to look at all sorts of ways to fill in various needs so that we're meeting the needs of the town.
In addition to the per diem or contracted resources, we're going to be, and we've started to look at existing employees who might want to
Expand their hours.
Expand their hours,
Okay.
particularly some of our part-time, not to make them full-time, but rather who may want to expand their hours and doing those types of things.
Doing
as well.
contracted work.
And they may have some familiarity with some of the things that we're doing, so they might be in a better position to do it. So that's the other option we're looking at.
And are we, in terms of our funding, just given that we're near the end of the fiscal year, are we in an okay position to sort of fill in any of those gaps if we had a candidate in the next 2 weeks that
We're still looking at sort of what, if we have any funding issues, but based on the fact that it's only going to be 4 or 5 weeks, it should be all right. Yeah.
I would assume so, and given that people have left or
Right.
reduced hours, that
Right.
there should be enough to
Right.
fill in this gap.
The one thing we have to consider is when people are leaving, there are other expenses that go along with them
Sure.
leaving. So that's one of the things that does
Sometimes
weigh
that
in.
impacts it in the other direction.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yes, we are. And Tony, would be great. Next time we have an update, we'll have a little bit more of those financial information for you. Next item on the agenda is strategic plan committee update. Maria, Amy?
So I'm sorry, I'm having computer problems, but we met, last week, was it? The 5th?
Yep, on the 4th.
Fourth.
We,
Right, okay. Go
given
ahead.
that we went through the first part in our meeting, we focused heavily on the last couple of items.
Yes, themes 3 and 4. Yes, and we produced an updated version. Mika, who is our scribe, which has, as well as contributed, which we appreciated. And at this point, at least, I think we would encourage comments on all 4 themes. And we did include some comments in themes 1 and 2 that were provided by Andrea in writing, since she was not able to participate in our Board of Selectmen special meeting regarding strategic planning. We're interested to hear what the board has to say in full on the draft plan, and also to discuss what the steps are for public input.
Well, thank you. And I apologize again for my absence, but appreciate you integrating my feedback into your discussion and draft. I do see the climate resilience grant, the tree ordinance, and some of those recommendations integrated, which I really appreciate. And something I noted so I think this represents, this is a good representation of our priorities. And I did make the comment, and still do think, even after the revision, that theme 1 is a great theme as worded, but the goals are primarily addressing, like, there seems to be a slight disbalance towards the planning for responsible growth, which I appreciate and understand, rather than the protection of natural assets. And so with the integration of some of those items I shared, I think it's strengthened, especially because those are really tangible things, that one of which at least has a deadline in our term. But I wonder if there's a way to kind of bolster that portion of the theme. But maybe before getting into the weeds and into that, I do have just a couple of general questions about if you have all at the strategic planning committee level discussed the procedure of integration. I really appreciate, commend, and want to reinforce this desire to get public input, and the best way to do that I'm excited to talk about. But how are we also going to hold ourselves accountable, and how are we going to measure a success on this? Because some of these have very measurable goals, some aren't, and some have vaguer, longer standing, timeframes.
So, one, to the first question, it is possible to take a tactic and refer it to both goals. There was kind of a
Okay.
question of like, is it redundant to list it twice?
Okay.
Or like, where does it fit? Because it really could go under more than one. So we could reference both goals in a tactic. I welcome Amy's thoughts on this as well. From my perspective, I wanted us to get to agree on, our themes, our goals, and our tactics, some of which are ongoing tactics, even in the, the POCD and even in the prior strategic plan, and some of them are short-term goals. So you're exactly right in that interpretation of some of them are, a little bigger because they're more ongoing and they have many other things that flow into them, and some of them are clearly defined short-term goals. I think once, the entire Board of Selectmen, even this is a living document, but if we can get consensus on the living document, in addition to conversations with the community, I think the next steps are identifying our partners in each of these tactics, meaning which boards and commissions, which staff members, which agencies in town, which agencies, in the state and other local consortiums like SCROG can help us achieve those goals. And once we identify that, we can also, understanding what programs are involved, set deadlines, set goals, and use that to help drive our agendas so that we can understand what needs to go on, future agendas, what should be there, because we have this as a plan, we need to work towards these goals. So using this to sort of drive the agenda items moving forward, both here on strategic planning, in ordinance, in personnel, et cetera, and identifying who our partners are gonna be. And then once we can do that, then we can go to those board and commission meetings, we can clearly state what our goals are and how they can help us set more clearly defined goals for our boards and commissions about how we can work together. And I think that in and of itself is gonna require feedback to us. So if we're tasking, conservation with, we're helping us work on the tree ordinance or whatever, and they have defined tasks that they need to do for us so that we can bring that back to ordinance and do that, then I think that's gonna facilitate more communication and more shared goals between the towns. So back to your thoughts from the beginning of the meeting, we don't get regular updates from a lot of these boards and commissions, but I think engaging them in this work by its nature will help us have a more dialogue with them, and on our agenda items when it comes time to present that, we'll have that feedback. So I see this as, once we can sort of get consensus that these are our goals and our tactics, then the next step is to identify the grants, the state programs, and our partners that are gonna help us with this, and then set some deadlines and map this out so we know when we're gonna take up what topic here at the Board of Selectmen, in our various subcommittees, et cetera.
Thank you.
And set the timeline, because that's gonna be appropriate, but I from my perspective anyway, I think it was better to have us all come to consensus on the action items and our goals and themes before we put a deadline and started delegating the work.
Additionally, in terms of your first comments related to the tactic and the disparity, or if you will, in terms of development versus conservation kind of thing, where we need to respond to legislation, and we need to respond to some exterior type of urgencies that I think you would need more focus on. So although there might be a disparity, I think it's important that we do identify what's important we care for as far as the environment and the land is concerned. But right now, it's also very critical that we take steps very quickly as relates to housing and other things that have been now made statute that we need to adhere to. So it's not necessarily, hey, this is more, this is more of what we're going to do. It's like, well, right now, yeah, that's more of what we have to do right now in terms of, but with always keeping in mind the other items. As far as a lot of these, I agree with you in terms of some of these tactics, goals, whatever you want to say, not necessarily being specifically measurable, but they're items that aren't measurable, you know, in a lot of cases. And the progress you make toward them is what's really going to tell you whether you're successful or not. You know, improving the situation at the business district, there are certain things you can do that you can measure. You can say you're going to meet so many people, or, you know, those are tactics and those are things that we can do. But it'll be hard to measure that by, you know, we could say we want to increase our grand list by X, but you really need to have some defined ways by which you can get that done in order to do that. So, but and there are some things that go along with that we need to do.
Yeah, and I do think that's how, like, if you've ever had to do like a goal setting workshop or something, like you set a goal and then you have the objectives. And so I think in what your example would, you know, I think this can all happen at once, and I think a strategic plan can be written and in many ways. And I'm sure we could, you know, nitpick this and make measurable things to everything. We don't necessarily have to. I just think we want to make sure we use this as much as possible. Because just in our last board, we had a great strategic plan and we kind of lost track of it all throughout our term, I think.
What else, if I could?
Yeah, of course.
It was too much.
Yeah. Well, this is a lot too.
This isn't like.
I mean, it's focused.
This is less than
yeah.
what we had previously in terms of what we were looking to do. We tried to really capture every single thing.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons I think this is manageable. And before I forget, just to make sure there, and on theme number 3, goal number 3. Just want to make sure we understand it. We meant tactic A. Nonpartisan subcommittee to explore homestead exemption instead of act. It's kind of important because there is an homestead act, and it's a very different thing than what we're going to be looking at.
Yes. Good catch.
So,
You're gonna catch that,
It's a
Maria?
it's a reflex.
yeah,
It's
you're
a
absolutely right.
reflex.
It's really a reflex. You're right. So I didn't mean to digress, but I just wanted to make sure that.
No, that is a
we
good
got
catch.
that. But you know, in looking through it, I think this is a great place for us to move forward with. You know, and
So
I
our,
think
sorry. Our next strategic plan meeting is the 19th, next Tuesday. Next Tuesday. So if you have some continued feedback or, you know, anything else you catch in this that we should change, we greatly appreciate that. If you get those to us, we'll work on them, and maybe we can work on the delegation and maybe prioritization of them. And we also should discuss how we're engaging the strategic plan, how we're letting the public know. Currently it's available on the website, but how we're letting the public know it's there and how we're getting feedback on it.
Right. And and at what point, like, so what version is on the website?
This
now?
one right now.
Okay.
Which is labeled as draft.
Okay, great. Well, I would hope so. So, shall we talk about
Well,
that?
yeah, originally we had talked, when we first started meeting as a strategic plan, we had hoped to be able to present this at the annual town meeting as a substantive discussion, and for input. Obviously that's not gonna happen at this point. I'm wondering if there's a variety of ways that we could do this. We could have a special meeting, inviting the public, present it, see what feedback we get. We could have something that's, in addition to having it on our website, we could have a big poster in the library on low tech that says, you know, go to our website or scan this QR code to go to our website or whatever and provide some feedback. Just to try and get, and Mika could use, you know, whatever, email communications to get it out there, just to, but we need to have at that point a time frame. Mm-hmm. For when people should provide feedback back. And I don't know whether our June, I think is it 10th meeting?
Mika, when do you send out your next newsletter, your
So-
2-pager?
Would that be reasonable as a?
Could you include a QR
I have
code,
we have a new communications person who I can discuss this with. Identify exactly what we can and how, and the timeframes behind it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it would be helpful to have a form
Okay.
on the website, like direct people to,
Mhm.
review it and have a short clickable form where people can have a space for an
And
open-ended
that
response.
certainly be done.
But I'd like to also really use the library because
Yeah, I think you can put
not
something.
everybody goes to the town website, but if they see it, they might, and.
And that's close enough to the human services that people, if they're there, can go over to the library and take a look at it in the.
Anything we can put in the library, we can do in a poster, in a flyer.
Yeah,
form
just
as
a
well.
flyer
Yeah,
for
yeah.
people to
So-
go.
I think that would be helpful.
So what's our time frame? Like if you're sending out your mailer soon,
I don't
could
think
this-
I
It
think
won't be before the end of next week.
the mailer doesn't, the email, right?
This is
Not the-
electronic communication.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
And it won't necessarily be first, it can be. But yes, it'll be a news flash. Tony's very much engaged in this, so she, we need to send out news flashes or whatever. There's multiple options we look at.
What is the timing that you're looking at?
Well, that's why I was working back from, is it unreasonable to try and get all of this done, and is it sufficient time to give the public to react if we came back to it on the Board of Selectmen meeting in June? And that's what I'm
Meaning
concerned that's a
telling the
little too
public
tight.
in June,
It is.
or
No, you get it out there and you ask for comment back.
but I mean it is before school gets out, so
Right, it
that
could
might
get
be-
harder after that.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's probably
Yeah.
our best bet to do it
Before.
before.
In the
by June 5th, so
there could be.
Or
I mean, even getting
we're talking
feedback
about
on
is
draft.
communication going
Yeah.
out by June 5th.
No,
Or we're talking about
We're talking about getting the
inviting people
feedback.
to provide feedback
it's only
by
it's a few weeks
giving
window.
a couple
Yeah.
weeks window.
It's tight.
But it's tight, but it's this is a draft. It doesn't have to be on a final product. And I think if I remember correctly, you were trying to sort of match this to the POCD, in some at some levels of connections and understanding that our time frame
Some
is
of us more than others.
so.
I was gonna say,
Depends what you
I
think
hope
of the
not
POC.
too
Right, well,
much.
not saying that it needs to be perfectly aligned, but just using some of the same terminology and some of those themes, because that obviously is a 10-year vision, and listen, we all, previous board voted to reject it. It's,
Yeah.
so understanding that that's also a living document that needs some work. This is a strategic plan for our term, which is limited, so there's only so deep we can go into it, and only so much time we can allow for feedback, and only so much time to implement. So I
That's
think
why I was trying to get through
No, of
before we finish half of our
yes,
two-year
no, of
term.
course. I think that's
Yeah.
right, and that's why
Or a quarter of our two-year
right,
term.
and that's why I think it's okay to move forward with
Yeah.
a draft to say, here's where we are. Give us some feedback that can help us finish this, and understanding that this is for a limited time, and how we're seeing what some of the priorities are, in the limited time that we have before for next election. And a new board of selectmen might want to do something different, but that's why I think it was wise maybe to sort of take our newly completed 10-year document and have some connections to it within that, 'cause that's kind of a
This also doesn't have to be the only touch point
sure.
of getting feedback. We can certainly get some feedback that may help us prioritize and begin working on these tactics. And then, have a report in a couple months of how we're achieving or where we are with certain goals, and allow some more engagement and feedback at that time too from the community.
If it's on the website, we can always say you're welcome to.
Oh, yeah,
provide
at any
Well,
time.
right,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think you
Anytime.
can leave it. I think you could probably
Leave it live, yeah.
have it live, but with the goal of checking it after the 5th, so that you had some time before the meeting on the 10th to at least review what's come in. So inviting people to, try to respond.
So are we saying that the full Board of Selectmen will consider all comments?
Well, if
As
we
opposed
could
to
have
sending
it
it
in our
back to
packet,
speech.
if there's a compilation of feedback that's in our packet prior to our June meeting, that would be helpful, and instructive for our next discussion as a full board. I think so.
And I think then it may be that you all have to give the strategic plan subcommittee some direction of, based on these comments we
Mhm.
received, and then we would take one more stab at trying to integrate the
Yeah.
comments from the public.
I think that's sensible.
And then July 1st, you know, would be what, you know, we would start with and start coming up with, you know, deadlines and getting our collaborators on board with whatever action items they need to be. And then knowing that it's a, you know, living document, you can continue updating it and getting feedback.
Yeah, and I think once we get it, integrate it, update it, we should have routine quarterly checkpoints on our agendas of like strategic plan status.
Yeah.
It'll
Oh,
go to the
I like that.
committee. I think that's, yeah.
Or,
Yeah.
or more often.
Or
to be
as a,
honest.
well, yeah,
Yes,
whatever
yes.
you recommend to us, but I think,
As part of the town meeting, are we allowed to just let people know at the town meeting,
Yes.
annual town meeting?
well, that's a good
About the
idea.
strategic town?
We could give them a heads up, we're
Yeah,
putting it
but
on the
it's on the
website,
website.
at least announce it,
We-
you know.
there's-
We could put the
Absolutely.
QR code up there
Yes.
on the presentation.
Yes,
On
absolutely.
Monday.
We have to get that all done, and the annual town meeting is on Monday.
Yeah, so I don't know that we can do
I
that.
picture QR code.
Even just as an
tomorrow.
announcement.
That's fine.
But we can
Could
get,
do it right now.
yeah, we have to have something that the QR code goes to. That's the setup.
Yeah, you gotta make the form or whatever.
Right, so let me review it with the resources we have and see exactly what we can do. It's just that it being Monday, what I can do, Amy, is just indicate, you know, again, let the folks know that it's on here, and make sure that it's part of the presentation, so it's mentioned and brought
I
up.
just, might as well, more,
Yeah,
have
right.
people,
There.
some people will watch the town meeting,
It's easy.
some
Right.
people will be there.
Mhm.
I mean, we
Just
can
people
make a Google form for the survey. Is there any, is it just an open,
Yeah.
provide feedback? Are there any particular questions that you wanted to include?
You might put theme 1 through theme 2, theme 3 through 4, just to try and get them to focus in, that they're giving their comment for a particular area.
Okay,
It could be global, but I think that might help us a little bit understand their comments.
comment under every, for the different themes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
does
and
that,
none of them are required questions, so if you don't have anything to say about one, then you don't
right,
have to say it.
and then, or overall, you
Yeah.
could have at the end, yeah.
Alright.
Here's my one disconnect with this, if you will. And I don't know that the word disconnect is the right thing, but if there's a theme, goal, and tactic that we have in here that we recognize as being critical, and we get feedback that says we don't want you to spend time on that, that's not what we're interested in you spending time on.
Well, but unless it's a comment from all residents, we have to judge.
Even if it's a comment
The
from
way
most of the residents, if it's
comment.
something that we have to do
Yeah.
because of, you know,
Then
what's
that-
going on. it's-
Then you would write an email explaining
So,
as
It
part
would
of your
at least
update.
show us that we have there's some work to do between
Yeah, it might also show us areas where we need to
communicate,
do more
yeah,
public
like we need
outreach
to
so people
communicate something
understand.
better, right?
Yeah.
Make if we know that we
Understood.
gotta deal with it,
understood.
yeah.
All right, fair enough.
Good plan.
Well,
So
thank
if
you all,
there's-
strategic committee,
Thank
this, I know a ton of work has gone into this.
Thank you. And if there's continued edits, you know, please try to get those to us by Tuesday so we can consider them at Tuesday's meeting.
Okay.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is a town council update.
You can go.
And Nick, I'm not sure if we're going to stick around for this and the next thing.
Okay.
Mario, you're here, so.
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
basically, this is more of an update. We had asked town council, the homestead exemption that was put out back in 24 was broad to the point of it really didn't provide any means by which you can target relief, for lack of a better way to put it. It was whatever you did for everybody, so it really didn't redistribute tax burden. Subsequent to that, at the end of last year, they did make an amendment that identified, that I was able to find through doing what everybody does in searching, and we identified that there is they did amend the homestead exemption, but they made that amendment in a very large bill. So there was, anybody you talked to didn't seem to be aware of it. So we identified it, we gave it to town council. Town council has provided the memo that you have in your, the big thing was, is this something we can move forward with understanding that if we took action, it would be defensible. And the opinion is that yes, that's the case, we can. Now, what it allows us to do, it doesn't give us the ability to set a flat amount that we can do, which ultimately would be the best solution. But it does provide us some latitude in terms of who receives what. Keeping in mind that anything that's done to reduce on one obviously increases on another. My feeling is we can move forward with the next step, and I wanted the board to know, from my perspective, the next step is to collect or to bring together the resources. Equality is our consultant that we use for all of our assessor work. The assessor, Tony, our attorneys, representatives from Board of Finance and the Board of Selectmen, specifically to start to review what the potentials are here, and to start to put together the actual math that's required for us to do an assessment as to what can be done, and we'll start to work through that. The Board of Finance, as in our last meeting, they understood the position of them taking this on as one of their subcommittees.
Right.
And they're ready to do that. So prior to giving it to them, I wanted to make sure they understood who the resources were that would help them in support of coming to some conclusions here. And that's the point that we're at right now. Nick, I don't know if there's anything else you want to...
No, that's a good summary. I mean, when this exemption was first put into state law, codified by the legislature in 24, it still says the same thing that I'm about to tell you. It allows the Board of Selectmen, in this town's context, to exempt or vote to exempt between 5 and 35% of the assessed value of real property owner occupied dwellings in town. And some of from me and my partner's hesitation in completely endorsing this legislation was that it allowed for, or it could allow for the creation of categories of users who may receive a benefit versus other categories of users who may not, namely residential property owners versus commercial property owners, and how that disadvantaged state might give rise to claims to that effect or litigation to that effect, challenging the validity of this legislation. Throughout the past year or two, we did see that some of those claims were raised in the 1 or 2 municipalities that we know did implement the initial iteration of the statute. The legislature responded by adding this more recent amendment that does clarify to even a further extent that you can create these categories, even amongst the residential user base that might be eligible for this sort of an exemption. So we took the language that is on the books now that the legislature specifically intended. We looked at it from a constitutional, both Connecticut and US constitutional perspective of what challenge might be raised on that sort of unfair taxation basis. And because the legislature has acted so clearly and under the existing case law, we do feel at this point that a challenge would be defensible. I have no objection to proceeding if the board is so inclined, if the math works out. This is something that the legislature is trying to give as a tool to municipalities to help its residents from a fiscal perspective. So if the math works, we don't have any legal objections.
Part of the legislature this session approved even further. There was discussion about making a mandatory 50,000. That the mandatory piece of it was not broadly accepted. That would actually provide the ability for a flat amount. And it was as a matter of fact, it specified $50,000, which is what we've been using as an example throughout the entire process when we learned about this to see if this is something we can do. So it appears that they're moving in the direction that would enable us to do what we had hoped we could do even a year or more ago. So
I'm sorry, Mika, did that pass or not pass?
did not. It did not get to I think it was the Senate. I can't remember.
It passed the Senate.
It passed the Senate, but then
and it was referred to the House, and I think given short session, I don't think it
never was voted on.
went through.
Okay.
They didn't vote on it. However, fall session, that may change. I'm sure it's something that'll come up again.
Are they
because
doing
there
a
seems to be
fall
an
session?
interest in- My understanding is that they are. Right. So, I
Or
guess-
a
running for
special, a
office?
special session.
Special,
Yeah.
I don't know for sure, but if not, it'll be in the next full session. But in the meantime, I think this offers us an opportunity to take a look at what we can do. And
the
this
work-
is something that will, I'm sorry, Maria.
No, no,
This is,
I didn't mean to interrupt.
no, this is something that could potentially provide relief to the taxpayers who are severely impacted. So, needless to say, it's from my perspective a priority.
And this, when the assessor and the consultant is looking at, that's what they're looking to identify. Who are the residents that got disproportionately impacted
Correct.
with the tax increase? That's
And-
our goal, is to help those residents first, right?
And this allows us to do the modeling so as to determine where the cutoffs are.
Okay.
So, and there will, but the not so good part of it, in my opinion, is that there are cutoffs. So you're gonna get, at that line, you're gonna get somebody here who did and somebody here who didn't, kind of thing, wherever you set those.
What?
So as I say, but to wait another year may not be the right solution, particularly the situation that we're in, so.
No, now that we have the guidance, we should
Right.
move forward with the guidance.
So,
Well, I mean, I think the Senate bill that they looked at, which provides the option to exempt the first $50,000 on assessed value on all homes, might end up being the best option for us. I mean, obviously we need a group to look at it, but it's a progressive tax. I mean, if your home value is lower, it's a greater percentage of your home that
Right.
you're getting relief on.
Right.
So.
Well,
It's sort of-
this doesn't preclude us doing it.
No, that's what I mean. I think it was the right option. So this was to be specific. That's what they were looking to do. But I think that's something we might want to look at because it doesn't have the cutoffs and things in it. And it's a flat rate. It's a set rate, but it impacts people with a lower home value. They get greater relief proportionally. So I think that's the benefit
but
of
you're
it.
doing the same thing for everybody.
Exactly. You're doing the same. You're not creating some
Yeah.
cutoff.
Then your
line.
only issue is with the commercial versus the home.
Correct. All right. Thank you.
Point.
Thank
you.
But the commercial went down, I understand it, relative to real estate.
Significantly.
Yeah.
Next item on the agenda is discussion on a one-day transfer station closure. This is something that
Wait,
I've
Mika, I'm so sorry, but what's this Mario Coppola?
He's the
Nick
one who
He's
wrote
my
it.
partner.
Okay.
who-
Wrote the memo that you.
Oh,
wrote
he's the one who wrote the memo.
with you.
He
I didn't
was
even pay
going to
attention.
be,
Nick wrote.
I had a conflict that I got out of, so I'm here.
Okay,
Okay.
well, it's nice to have you. All right,
That's
thank
really
you.
important. So, the one-day transfer station closure is, the way that I'll refer to this is, I'd like to establish summer hours for transfer station. Based on our discussions with Public Works, the feeling is that Wednesday would be the best day for us to close the transfer station. The intent being that the two resources that are there can once a week now help the Parks Department with our labor. There's consistently been a challenge with our part-time help that we hire for seasonal work.
Mhm.
So these are our employees, so they're able to once a week, and the once a week will help because seasonally that's usually sufficient in terms of the tasks that are performed. But it would mean that we are closing the transfer station. My recommendation would be that we consider doing this on a temporary basis for the summer. And call it and communicate it to our public, to our residents as just that, as summer hours. And needless to say, we have to do a good bit of communication on this, but it's something that helps us, not in the sense of closing one day saves us a lot of dollars at the transfer station, but it does save us in terms of part-time, the expense of having to hire other part-timers.
So Mika, are both the transfer station staffers comfortable and willing to take on that
Yes.
that parks work?
Yes.
Okay.
And what is your time for definition of summer? When would this start and when would it end?
Open to discussion, but I would hope we can do it by July 1st.
And then
Parks
through
is
Labor
already
Day?
going.
4th of
Yeah,
July
they're
through
already
Labor
going.
Day.
Or Memorial through Labor Day. A lot of a lot of institutions define summer by Memorial. Yeah.
Yeah, that only really gives you a week to notify people of the change.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting how far along we are in the year. That it's
That might not be
mid-May
enough
already.
time to spread the word.
Yes.
Well, for
Yeah.
this year, to provide notice, maybe, as a pilot year, maybe it's a not as close, but,
Right.
in
And then
June or
Yeah.
mid-June or late June.
My only, and this does not affect me, but, because my husband still takes the trash, but there are people who have trash pickups, and, does that affect their schedule?
The reason that Public Works suggested Wednesdays, because it at least impacts the haulers.
That's what I'm.
Okay. I was gonna say, is that their
Does it
least
not impact them
popular
at all?
day?
It doesn't, they
There will
sometimes
be
come at
s-
different days.
But there will be some impact.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, I can't go to the library in the summer as much as I do during the rest of the year, so, 'cause they have shorter hours. and
Right.
Do we need any action today? I mean, it doesn't say action, but,
No, just wanted to bring it up at this point in time.
I don't know if this would require our action, but,
No, I think it,
this is really.
This is more administrative than it
Yeah.
is
But if it's,
legislative. so
obviously we would
it's-
want to discuss it, but, yeah.
I appreciate you keeping us in the loop, Mika. I think as someone who does use a transfer station, I think what I really want is for them to be open on Mondays, because that's the day I have
That's
to
like the
go
day you
every
wanna
week.
go.
Yes, Nick and I say it every week. But I think the outstanding issue with parks coverage, this is a good creative solution, and we'll see how the public reacts. And, I think it's good to roll it out as a pilot, as a temporary and
I've been
pilot
talking to
program.
Allison about it in terms of how we can start the communication, and obviously we'll put things at the transfer station itself, because that's usually, particularly on Wednesdays, so that's usually where people will take most note on it.
Yeah.
But it's, and as Steve said, I think the reason I'm saying July 1 is just to make sure we let people know.
Yeah.
Because if they do get used to it this year, if we started in Memorial Day
yeah.
next year, people are aware,
Yeah.
you're more aware of it, so.
That's a good
Good idea.
But
consideration.
we haven't, none of the departments involved has indicated that this is an issue from their perspective or a concern from their perspective. So, thank you. Next item on the agenda is the NAA applications and call for a public hearing. And this is an annual item where there are a couple of, and you have them in your packet, they're Cure and the Teen Center, that on an annual basis, they apply for this, and we administer the application for the state. And it starts by us calling for a public hearing. So we would need an action on this, and the action would be specifically to call for a public hearing for 6 o'clock at our next meeting on this matter.
there's two applications in there.
There are two applications, Cure and Teen Center.
So I'll make the motion that we have a public hearing, we make the call for a public hearing at our June meeting, for, did you say 6 PM?
6 p.m.
6 PM at our June meeting.
Should it be 6? Because that's
That's
public comment.
We've
We
often
usually-
done it that way,
That's
right?
generally,
Like,
that's the.
Okay.
public hearing and then
traditionally that
public
we
comment.
have-
And
that we
after
have.
that, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Second.
Any other questions?
Just a question about how this works. So if, there are a lot of nonprofits in town, so any nonprofit can do
They
this?
can apply.
Correct.
There's criteria on their website, as a matter of fact, that outlines specifically what you would need to do, but we have the two who have applied on a regular basis.
So, not to get ahead or think about maybe competing with the two, but if the cultural center became a nonprofit, this could be a viable avenue for some funding.
Yeah, I didn't see anything in there that would
Okay.
inhibit that,
Okay.
so, yeah.
That's good to know.
And even to your question, there was a couple of nonprofits, or one in particular, that had asked about this, I think, last year or the year before, and they're very much aware of it, so if they're not doing it, there seem to be very specific reasons about why.
Okay.
So, all in favor? Motion carries. Next item are appointments.
So, my understanding is we have two for human services? So, we have, and I know for, one is Dave Aversa to fill Pat Madden's slot, which I believe, but I don't know what the term would be for Michael Madonic. So we ought to, and I'm sorry, I have a printed out roster, but I didn't bring it, so we ought to be specific as to what their terms are that we're appointing them for.
And they may be the same, I'm not sure, but I'll check right now.
So I think Dave Aversa is till, would be the end of 2027. I believe Pat was 2023, but it's worth checking. If you have the roster, Mika, for both of them.
Yes, Pat's vacated seat is through 27,
Right.
as is Alexandra Cohen's. Both are for filling through the.
Okay, so,
They're both.
so I'll move that we appoint both Michael Madonic and Dave Aversa to the Human Services Commissions each for a term ending at the end of 2027.
Should we do them separately?
Why, it's the same term.
Yeah.
Yeah, just because Maria might want to abstain.
He's not making any money. She doesn't have to
Yeah.
abstain.
Well, I abstained.
She.
I don't know, I think it's.
No, well,
phone.
you abstained because there were, our town could actually have an inland wetlands application.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
It's a little different.
Yeah. Okay, so then.
I don't think she.
So you made a motion, I'm sorry, was there a second?
You are correct. I was going to abstain anyway from voting, just.
So are you okay with lumping them together, or would you prefer to have them separate?
I support both of them, so I don't
Okay.
want to feel like I'm not supporting that, but I've said that, so I think
Okay.
it's okay.
All right.
It's
so
not a
then
no
I'll
vote,
second
it's an
it,
abstain.
if it hasn't been seconded.
One hopes you support your husband. Although it's hours away from doing other things he can.
Right.
I know.
Do we have a second?
Yes, Andrea seconded.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries.
And I abstain.
And I'm sorry,
Yes.
any abstentions?
You abstain.
And I abstain.
Thank you, Maria.
So, and then we have, I'd like to nominate Marissa Jacka to take over the term of Rachel Guerrera, who resigned for her position. Again, Steve, is that to the end of 2027?
I'm pulling it up. Yes, through 27.
To serve on the Conservation Commission.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you. And lastly, I'd like to nominate Paul Rossi to complete the term vacated as of today by Javier Vilas for the Board of Finance.
Do we have to do the consent agenda first?
No.
No, because
Okay.
it was effective
That was
immediately.
effective.
Oh, that's
it was
right.
effective
Thank
this,
you.
Earlier.
I'll second.
Okay, and that would also be to the end
It's-
of 27,
Correct.
right?
Any questions? All in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Say thank you to everyone for. I seconded it.
I was just.
Thank you to everyone who's outgoing for their
Yes.
service.
Yeah.
Yes,
seriously.
yes, it's a regrettable of all threes, but at least we have new people to
Yep.
step
And
forward.
for their willingness,
Volunteer
yeah.
for their town.
And thank you for the willingness of everyone to
Step up.
volunteer.
Yeah, yeah.
Last item on our agenda is the consent agenda.
So-
So
I had one thing that was missing from the consent agenda, and I guess I did not see the property to receive the tax refund that was identified.
Just the letter, but not the address on it, is it?
Yeah, what address is who's receiving this? So I thought it lacked specificity. I'm sorry, maybe I should have
So do we-
mentioned that
so
with
do
Tony,
we-
but I just got to my notes about that.
Yeah, additionally with Allison down here, I'm not sure either, because she generally checks with Pat and gets that information. So I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
because you saw that there was no attachment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I'll make a motion that we remove the tax refund from the
Okay.
consent agenda, and I'd also, well, I'll start there, because I think two items need to be removed, the tax refund and then the meeting minutes from the April 29th strategic plan, special meeting, from the Board of Selectmen minutes.
Why does the latter?
Well,
that's
we'll
less-
inevitably have a discussion of
Yes.
that.
So let's do one at a time.
Okay, so I'll make the motion, we'll start with the tax refund. I move that we remove the tax refund item from the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries.
And I'll make the motion that we remove the Board of Selectmen special meeting minutes from April 29th, from the consent agenda.
Do you have a second?
Second, we'll have discussion.
And can you explain what the purpose is of removing it?
Um,
I've identified the flaw in the tax reform, but what is?
Yes, so part of our minutes in the record right now has Andrea's letter as an attachment, and I think because there's something in there that I think needs to be addressed, to discuss
I
that.
think it needs to be addressed.
Well,
So, yeah,
I'm making the motion that it does, so
Okay, well,
we can discuss it as the item.
right, we'll be against this, and then we'll discuss why we're
Sure,
against it,
that's
and,
fine.
yeah. Because I think what you're doing is you're deviating from your minutes, practice, and
We can discuss that, that's why I'm taking it out. So.
We're
you wanna
discussing
discuss it now?
We're
No.
discussing it now.
Okay,
Well,
so the
I'm just-
issue is, as I understand it,
I'm
it's
sorry.
based on a comment that was received in public comment. That public comment by Nicole Donzello will be fully incorporated in our meeting minutes tonight. If she objects and wants to highlight things that were said by either Andrea or me in that meeting. That's certainly her opportunity to do so in public comment, and I'm happy to have her put something in writing. But if we deviate from our current practice of very succinct minutes, I think we need to have a consistent practice. Because otherwise, we're going to be inviting endless conversations about, oh, that one comment, I want it in the minutes, and
Yeah, no, I don't
I
want
don't
it.
think that would be useful.
I think this is a worthy discussion as we take it out of the consent agenda. I don't want to have this discussion as a part of the motion.
What are you talking about? I'm sorry.
I've just made the
Let me
motion to
reframe that
remove
motion.
this.
So, just remove
And
it
we're
from-
asking
I'm sorry.
why,
And I've
and
said-
I thought Mika
He
said
did,
it
but
was appropriate for
I
now.
don't think it
Actually,
apologize.
no, I'm sorry, Steve. Steve's motion and what we just voted on was to take it out of the consent agenda. We're not
Oh.
discussing that item right now.
we haven't voted on it.
I don't
There's a-
understand why it would be taken out of the consent
Well,
agenda. Because the
because-
public comment was made?
No,
Public comments are made.
because part of approving the consent agenda is approving minutes to be accurate, and I'm not sure that they are. So I want to make sure the minutes are accurate by having a discussion about the minutes. That's why I want to pull them out. That's what I've asked for.
Motion made, motion seconded. All in favor? Pull them out?
Yeah, you're opposed.
Yeah, I'm opposed.
You were in favor, you said.
No, I'm opposed.
Okay. Okay.
Raise your hand with in favor.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm tired. But I definitely oppose
Did you get that,
this.
Tony?
Stephen Mika, right? Who seconded? Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Maria
Maria,
seconded.
I'm sorry. Yes, thank you.
I think I'm personally offended.
When we get to the actual
Yeah.
minutes, then they're gonna propose to change them,
Okay.
then have at it, please.
I just want to go home because
Yeah.
feels like
Okay.
an attack.
All right, so we have a consent agenda with the remaining items, and I move for approval of the remaining items on the consent agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries. Now we have the first item, we already did the
All
tax
you have
refund.
left is
refund.
April
Did the
29th.
April 29th, so.
Wait, we did the tax refunds? We removed them.
We removed the tax refund.
Because we don't
Well,
have
so
the
do you
additional-
need a motion to table it?
That's what I was going to say. The next thing we should do is table
I'll
it.
move to table the tax refunds until we identify
Yes.
the property in question.
Second.
Is that another motion? I'm sorry, that's another motion?
Yes, it's a motion to
motion.
table the tax refund.
So,
I hate to, I think there's an answer in your packet already.
Okay, good,
is there?
if there is, then.
I mean, I don't know if this is consistent with how the refunds are always presented, but in Pat's, I mean, there's a screen print attachment that has all of what I assume are the requested.
I didn't see that.
Alright, so,
I just saw the cover memo.
so here's the cover memo, right? Recommended that the refund taxes in the total amount of $6,170 for, this is a form letter. And then what it appears to me, which I'm used to seeing, this is a screen print from, so the final 2 pages of this attachment in your
Got the
materials is a screen print from the tax collector's
So it's
I think it's
cumulatively
all of
6,000?
the, I think if we were to add up this end column,
It is usually how she does it. It's usually
but
put in
these would be all of the, well, it looks like it's 1, 2. Yeah, it's, I don't know, half a dozen or so taxpayers with overages, the highest of which is a little over $1,000. The lowest is $65.25. So I guess all I'm saying is, I mean, there's nothing legal here. I'm just saying I think you
Yeah,
might have what
okay.
you need to act on this.
My computer's not working now, but I did not see those attachments somehow. Yeah, but if there were attachments.
I didn't see them either.
Okay, I feel better. Maybe they were added later.
They're clearly here now. I just, for some reason, I didn't see them either. So
Okay.
you weren't the only one.
Wasn't just my old brain.
No. Or maybe it was both of ours.
So are you going to remove your?
Where were we? We had a motion and I had a second to table it, but now we have a question about whether we need to.
Well, I guess we could withdraw it and
Withdraw
it,
Yeah,
and
but
then
I mean,
then
I'm not familiar with this. I've not encountered this before, so I don't know whether this is the standard process. So somebody else would have to tell me that this indeed is how it's done.
This is how she's presented this in the past. I just, for some reason, either I didn't scroll or I didn't see to scroll. I looked at the first 2 pages and thought the same thing, where the names or the property associated with it. But when it has been real estate or land, it has been in a letter, but the cars are always listed like this.
And that's what this is? I can't.
This is motor vehicle,
All motor vehicles?
all motor vehicle. Yes.
It is.
So I think, Amy, you made the
So
motion.
I'd be happy to withdraw my motion.
Thank you.
And
And
do
I'll
we
ask for a
want
motion
to
to
table it.
accept.
what do we want to table or yeah, you're removing
I'm
your motion.
moving my motion to table.
And you're moving to accept.
And I'm asking for a motion to accept.
I'll make
Is
the
it
motion
accept or approve?
or approve. I'll make the motion to approve the
It says approve in the
the
language.
tax refund.
In the total amount of $6,170. It's sideways. But in order to get the
I know.
Or the,
Yeah.
I was
Right
going to
way
say the
ahead.
tax refund document, but
yeah, and the total refunds for May, $6,170.
I have a
I'll
motion, is there a
second.
second?
I'll
Thank
second.
you. All in favor? Last item is the meeting minutes.
so so I had asked that we pull these out, and actually, Nick, I would love to have your thoughts on this. So our minutes from the April 29th meeting show, the members present, the call to order, and that the fact that we had a discussion. The remainder of the minutes are Andrea's letter to the board, which I think was appropriate for her to send and appreciated since she wasn't able to be a part of it. But then, because these are written comments, they're the only comments that are in writing to approve, whereas I don't expect that by approving the minutes, we're approving that everything that was said in the meeting is approved of, or is so in terms of creating a factual record, I don't think, approving the sort of page 1 of this says everything, approves every comment. To your point of, we don't want to go through every minutes and say everybody's comment is accurate, but now we have Andrea's full pages up here that we're maybe approving, if we approve this, to say these were accurate.
I think what we're approving is that that's what she submitted.
Correct.
I'm happy to approve that that's what she submitted. Obviously, it is what she submitted,
Yeah,
but
that's all you're.
but it's different than a.
No, right, because it's,
I can't see the screen. I'm sorry.
Sure.
I'm having problems. But my concern about where you're going down a road, after the chair of the Democratic Town Committee objects to particular statements by folks who are on the
Maybe
board
that-
who are
that
not
the chair of CUPOP made a statement in public comment.
She has both titles
Yes, she
in
does.
this town.
Yes, yes.
And I think whether it's reflecting politics or a thin skin, I think it's inappropriate for us to nitpick in this way. If we were, I can tell you, I have
There's no
considerable.
nitpicking going on.
Let me finish. I have considerable concerns about the current mode of doing comments, which relies on just, very, very short, go see that video. I have no idea how long those videos are kept. And as somebody who's gone back to our minutes from the 1930s, I think we are really creating a detriment potentially to the historical record of our town. And if we're going to start nitpicking, then I think we need to also revert back to what Jerry Shaw did meticulously and at great time length, trying to summarize the comments that were made, and you end up with multiple pages of
And as I think you know, that's not required. That's simply not required. The only thing required on the minutes, besides the fact of what you did on the agenda item, are the votes. So the narrative in terms of what's there is not included in terms of the comments we made. This was a meeting, the input that Andrea provided was specifically related to what we were doing as part of our strategic plan.
And I would have said those things. I would have said that Coupot made an error
Correct,
in
in
my
which case-
statement, and the minutes would have been approved as is.
No, the minutes would not have
Yes.
reflected that you said that the report was erroneous because of that discussion. The minutes.
First of all, the report was erroneous, so
Well, I think
it's
that's
not an
a-
unfactual statement. I can understand Nicole wanting me to specify the error. That's a reasonable ask. I was doing this very quickly before I had to have an impromptu medical procedure, so I don't need to justify or explain the lack of detail, but the only reason why I included that language is to prevent while we're in the topic or in the context of engaging organizations on referrals, to put some procedures, checks and balances in place to make sure that we're understanding that everyone's a volunteer and doing the best that they can. And we rely on volunteers to run the town. I mean, it's...
If I may offer, because I wanted this to go to discussion, because I'm torn on this, and so I wanted to have a discussion, which is why I wanted the motion to go forward. In one sense, this is what was submitted, and as far as a public record goes, this is what was submitted as if you were speaking at the meeting. And if we had asked for written input from everyone, it all would have been included.
Contrary.
I think there's a little more responsibility on us as opposed to public comment that gets submitted and added to the minutes. That what we submit in there is factual and is accurate and is as precise as possible, because someone could go back 5-10 years from now and look at this and be like,
I agree wholeheartedly.
What were the errors? And so I think that should be, I just think that either should be amended and just clarified, just because I think that there's a little more responsibility on us as Board of Selectmen members when we submit something in writing to be factually accurate, as opposed to members of the community who are submitting their opinion. And I do think that, it's not
an
just
opinion.
Nicole, it's
There was
reflective
an
of her
error
entire.
there was an error in the recommendation made, and that's not an opinion. I will, as Nicole said in her public comment, I will provide to her in writing, as she asked, for the clarity of what the error was. And if you want to amend the minutes to reflect that, okay, I will not revoke the statement that it was an error. I'm flabbergasted that this conversation is happening.
The only reason the document is in there is because you specifically asked that we include it.
Yes, because my comments would not otherwise have been on record because I was physically unable to be here.
And we're grateful for them, and we incorporated them, and I appreciate it. I just think there's a greater onus on us to be specific, because although Nicole came here and voiced that, it does reflect on the work of the entire committee. And those are town volunteers. And I don't want to disparage their work, but if they need to be
My
corrected,
intent was
then there's
not to
something
disparage them, and I apologize.
I think this is really targeting.
It
and
is.
It is not appropriate. I think that all of us say some things at some point which others would disagree with. Right?
Absolutely.
And it's called, and I think this is,
My question about this
is
is
not
that-
substance. This is politics.
Yes,
and,
and it's
and
hurtful
objection-
and it's ugly.
And it's objectionable.
And it was, and so these were my words, and it's my character, and being questioned right now by my own board members. And I will say
I don't
this.
mean
No one
to do
is
that.
doing
Feel that it's, if they feel that what you said, right or wrong, if they feel that what you said was in error, that there was no, that they did not make an error, then exactly what you're saying is exactly how they feel. And then when I say they, it's Coupop. I'm referring to Coupop.
So they came and
chair-
they had comments.
Yeah,
that
so
are on the
process
record
was
for our
followed.
meeting.
Nicole also reached out to me directly on behalf of Coupop prior to this meeting, and first of all, she didn't, and well, I won't even get into it. I responded, and I understand, and I thought the most appropriate avenue was for me to have that direct discourse with Coupop. Because yes, I understand that they're all volunteers. I don't want my language to be misinterpreted or misrepresented. And had I not been hastily trying to submit those, I would have taken more time to be more thoughtful about my word choices. Just like them, I'm a volunteer. And just like them, I have a life outside. Like, this is crazy.
Here's the way that.
Excuse me.
No, Steve.
As you said, as you indicated, you feel that what you said is correct, and there's a means by which you can.
I apologize for not specifying
And-
what I
but
meant.
If you can specify, in my opinion.
Absolutely,
we
I
very
can.
simply table the approval of these minutes until such time as you have an opportunity to meet with Coupop so that there's some.
I think
there's
that
some-
is,
So the problem with that is minutes reflect what was said at the time. You're asking her to go after the fact and potentially change a record, in which case it's not accurate.
But if she was,
I think
if
the
they
way to
feel-
have addressed this properly is not to change the minutes, because this is what she submitted. The way to address this
And it's
is-
not wrong.
is exactly what is the process that's been laid out absent changing the minutes, which is we had Nicole come, she offered her comments, she put them in writing. And then we're going to have a Coupop meeting, which will have minutes, at which point Andrea will have submitted something. And,
So
and there will be a complete record.
There will be.
But
this
you
is-
can't change the record of a
Yeah.
minute of a meeting that has happened by trying to
Yes.
reverse.
So I haven't asked for that. I pulled this out for discussion, and what I didn't really get to asking Nick was how to best address this. Nicole's comments that she made and provided in writing will be part of today's meeting.
Yes.
But it's not part of our 429 meeting.
No.
So connecting, my question for Nick is really, how do we resolve that so that this doesn't stand alone? We can connect these
It
things.
doesn't get corrected because it's a matter of under history that people look through the record and find things, okay? If you want, I mean, it's
But
just,
if
it
somebody
is
is
what it
looking-
is.
if
There
somebody
was
is
also an
looking-
issue of a drainage easement on one of these two properties, which Nicole didn't mention, which was
that was
mentioned
the
by-
error.
I mean, I don't get it, guys.
So
It's
I could be
it's a
accountable,
simple
but-
request.
but-
I haven't said anything about it. I asked to pull these out to have a discussion.
You've had your
Nothing.
discussion.
There are
and our-
implications
I've hardly said a word, but-
We think
by the
we
request,
think
and
it
if-
is a very selective process, minutes that sail through this committee,
Yes.
because of the particular people.
Right. The
involved.
reason I asked the question in part was because of what was brought up, but because the minutes, the rest of the minutes are only say the discussion, and then we have all of Andrea's comments. And this is part of my question of how we resolve these things. Because
my
In my way of thinking, if one of our commissioners indicated that the Board of Selectmen, one of the Board of Selectmen said something and they felt it was wrong, whether it was or not, doesn't really matter, I'm not getting into that at all. But if they said something was wrong and those minutes were, and it wasn't, and I felt that it wasn't, I would want to question that. I would want, because,
she
or
did.
if it was the board. So, yes, so from that perspective, I'm not sure why we simply don't have them resolve this. When I say them, you and Coupop, resolve the issue, identify what the issue was, identify what was said and why, and then at our next meeting, we take care of the business.
But you can't eliminate the minutes.
Because-
Minutes are what they
We're
are.
not
Yeah.
eliminating
The
it.
process has been
We're tabling it
established.
so
I'm
we can
providing
identify
something to
if
Coupop
it's
in writing
appropriate
before their
minutes.
meeting on Monday. Period. That's it.
Once that's
Our minutes are our minutes. It is
The
9:30
whole
p.m.
point-
I am not
the
willing
whole
to engage in
point-
this
the whole
conversation.
point of minutes, the whole point of minutes and approving the minutes is because if you feel there's an inaccuracy in the minutes, you correct it.
Mika, if you.
So let me,
That is-
let me ask this, I did not see these minutes, and I don't have them in front of me. Is the answer because you said, does the minutes reflect that Andrea was not present
Yes.
and
And it
requested
says
that these,
be
and
added in
therefore
the minutes.
submitted the following?
Yes.
Then that's it.
I wrote
Okay,
a preamble.
Maybe that's the answer.
Because
here.
that's
Can
what
I-
she
wrote
submitted,
a
right?
letter
That's
and
what
I
Can
said, please
can I
include
just weigh
this.
in? Can I just weigh in?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
This is crazy.
That's what I'm trying to get to.
So, the actual minutes are very narrow. They do cite to the full recorded discussion,
Right.
which includes everyone's comments, whether they're factually accurate or not. So, I don't necessarily see a distinction from what's being attached here. If you read the first paragraph.
No, it's just bullying.
You know, can't attend, these are my comments. Now, the problem that I'm hearing, and it's not necessarily a huge problem, but it's a reasonable one from the rest of your board members, is look, this is a record that folks and the public look to, and they think, okay, these are approved minutes, there's some factual underpinning to them. It sounds like some of these folks, based on what was heard tonight, may think there's a question as to what you stated, whether those reports are erroneous or not. So I think that's the hesitation from the rest of your board members thinking, well, we don't want to approve something that the public is going to look at as a factually accurate document when there may be factual inaccuracies. Maybe the easiest way to do this is to just reiterate in the minutes themselves that Andrea was not present and ask that her comments be attached.
That is
Put
in-
that, I know it's in your letter.
Which
It's
is
not in the
Maybe,
minutes.
well, I don't see why we can't just put
That's
it
what
into
I'm
this
saying.
front page also.
So that is all that you need to do.
I think that's
But
appropriate.
again, if we're going to do that, we can't approve the minutes. We're going to approve them in the next meeting.
Yes, you
So
can.
we're
You can
tabling.
vote to amend the minutes and include the following
I think you
statement.
could do
that.
Yeah.
I think that's
Uh,
appropriate.
Yeah, so, so I would vote, I would make a motion that we amend the minutes of, April 29th, 2026. Sorry, Tony, I'll cut that. To state, prior to adjournment, that Selectmen Andrea Urbano,
What do you mean prior to adjournment?
Right,
Above
above
it.
adjournment.
Oh,
On the
oh,
page.
Yeah.
prior to.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought you were saying this
state
is what we're
that
gonna say.
Andrea Urbano was not able to attend and ask that her written comments be submitted on the record.
Second.
Is that?
I think it's appropriate. Yeah.
And just make sure, would you like to read that back, because that's hard, it's hard on you, Tony. You can watch the video too,
Yep, I can watch the video.
okay? Did I get it right, Nick?
I think that works.
Okay, thank you. Sure.
A vote?
So we have a motion with a second.
All in favor?
So who
Motion carries.
seconded it? I missed that.
Maria seconded.
I did.
Oh, thank you, Maria,
So that was yes. And
Yeah.
okay. And all approved?
No, I abstained.
Oh, you abstained.
And thank you for that clarification, Nick. I think that was my concern, one, that those are part of the minutes, but also, I think, just in my experience in town, I just wanna make sure as selectmen, we're putting forward things that are factually accurate, and they may
We
be.
haven't adjourned.
And so,
I think she
and it's
feels
certainly-
like she's being
yeah, no,
attacked.
this was a compliment. So I think it's certainly, if there was an omemission, to make sure that that's in there and that's presented, I think is a good thing to bring up. But I just wanted to make sure that that what was reflected here didn't mean that we agreed with that until we heard all the information.
Yeah, you're just clarifying the
Yeah.
record.
I think it's extremely unfortunate that you all had to do this, and I feel very badly for you that you have somebody who is making such a mountain out up a molehill.
I think that's what you're
And
doing,
I
Amy.
just have to
Amy,
tell
that is what
I
you have
think
been
this-
doing.
I think this is completely
It
inappropriate.
was a simple request to
very
remove
nasty.
it from it. Nothing nasty was said, except for on your side.
And that's very true. And what it was we tried to follow procedure and we tried to have a discussion. And it was brought forth as something that we should discuss, and we discussed it.
Well,
We came
in
to a
terms,
conclusion.
and in
that
terms
was-
of
that was it.
my reaction to public comments, I asked that this issue of the lights and what the Board of Selectmen said in 1991 or whatever it was,
Well, it's
be
part
a
of the
topic
reason.
for our June meeting, and I trust that it will be.
It will be. And that's part of the reason that you mentioned that, is because I've had cause as a result of that particular item to look at minutes. And there were times where I looked at a minute, saw something written in the minutes, took that to be the case, moved on, only to find that there was additional information that was subsequently in the minutes that all of a sudden told a different story. So that's the reason I felt it was important we have the discussion in regards to this, to make sure that that type of thing doesn't happen. Just to complete the record.
I think though, I mean, I don't have Andrea's submission in front of me, but she said it was all stated in her submission. I'm not available, therefore I ask they be submitted. So the error here is nothing that Andrea did. It's on the part of.
No one said there was
it's
an
part of
error.
the person taking the minutes who did not have a reflection that what's attached is written comments. And so we've done that. But I think there was a nicer, more collaborative
It
way
was
that
nice.
this could have
You
been
have made it
addressed.
not nice, Amy. I respectfully asked to have a discussion to remove it. Nothing nasty was said about it. I asked for a discussion, and you have turned it nasty and political.
I have
It's
not turned it
unnecessary, and you continue to do it.
There's no more items on the agenda. I'll call for adjournment.
So moved.
Thank you.